alongside Brian Friend. We are in the second set of the Snatch Complex with heat number 1 of the LatAm Cup men.
All of the men and women that you'll see in the LatAm Cup throughout the next 2 days of competition have earned the right to compete here through their performance in competition throughout the year at various competitions across South America and Latin America.
And right there in the center of your screen, that is Alejandro Trios. He is getting after the overhead squats. That is going to be their tie-break score for the Snatch Complex.
Yeah, and that is the heaviest lift that we saw from the first 3 men on the stage, 255 plus it. I believe 1 overhead squat there. Overhead squats will serve as a tie break in the case that there is a tie at any place on the leaderboard. Agustin Riquelme had done 245 pounds with several overhead squats, I think 3 in the first interval, but missed at 255 on his second attempt. It's been a bit of a rainy morning here. A lot of contingency plans in play, so we apologize for joining a little bit late, but we were working with the competition team to do everything we can to keep the athletes safe and to keep the competition as fair as possible.
And it looks like now we are going to be getting ready for the second heat of the LatAm men. Barbells will be reset. Again, typically for a Olympic lift or a complex, you're going to have 3 attempts, but this style is only going to have 2 attempts for each heat of athletes, kind of changing their strategy a bit, really wanting to get a number on that board, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. When you only have 2 lifts, I think you have to make it a priority to get something on the board in the first interval, even if it's less than your desired attempt, and then, you know, depending on how that goes or how you're feeling, make that choice in the second round.
So within 45 seconds, 2 attempts of 1 snatch and 1 hang snatch. That is what we've been watching. The athletes then will have 45 seconds to reset, add their weights, and go for a second attempt.
Eu acho que tem que ser feito após a última repetição. Terminou a última repetição.
Right now they're getting their opening weights started.
And all of the athletes have the chance to set their weights to the desired opening lift. There's also a conversation with the athletes this morning because of the rain and the wetness on the ground to bring their shoes out there if they want to and change them on the floor.
Manter as pernas ativas.
Got a shot of rolled on gold bomb there. Lane number 3, front center of the stage. The odd numbers are in the front, 1, 3, and 5. The even number platforms or lanes are in the back, 2, 4, and 6. Rolled on gold bomb, a veteran of Wodapalooza, competed on a team last year and a pretty good weightlifter. So once they get a chance to load the bar, we'll get a good insight as to where he wants to open, keeping in mind 255 was the best lift from that first heat.
And right now we have in the back one of the athletes, I think Andrew Primo has 260 on his barbell for an opening lift. We'll see if he's able to complete that.
Na raia 1, Luiz Kakashi, na raia 2, Andrew Primo, na raia 3, Roldan Baum, na raia 4, Isaiah.
And Brian, any other athletes that we're going to keep an eye on in this heat from what we saw previously with 255 as the heaviest thus far?
Yeah, Isaiah Vidal, we got to see him at the semifinals this past year. Several athletes from Mexico have been kind of moving up the ranks. He's one of those guys. But in terms of the snatch here, and like you talked about earlier, just with only 2 lifts, you have to put a number on the board that you're really confident with first, and I think that we're seeing a lot of the guys doing that. This is Vinicius Stolben. Vinicius qualified through the Fitland Fitness Festival this year. Brazilian athlete, one of 3 Brazilian guys that are on the roster for the LatAm Cup this year. Lane 2 in the back left of your screen is Primo, who you talked about, and this is the heaviest opening lift we've seen so far, 260 pounds.
Open there's Vinicius Stolben, and then in lane number 1, Luis Quecho.
260 pounds was good for Primo, so that'll be the heaviest score so far. 240 here for Gold Bomb, and he did get one overhead squat, so that'll count for the tiebreaker failing on the second one. They can work all the way up to the 45-second window if they desire, but they do not have to do that. The overhead squats are an optional part of the complex that you can add in if you want to try to have a tiebreak over anyone who may lift the same amount otherwise.
And we have been told that they must complete the lift by the time that 45-second window is open. Like other competitions we've seen, they cannot start the lift or still be working on the lift within that window.
Yeah, and another little nuance here, as you saw with the athlete on the screen, lane number 4. This may... Either way, if you miss a lift, you can take another attempt within the window.
Correct. And Anderone Primo, he's going to go for 270, but they're in lane 4. Isaiah Vidal, 275 on the barbell.
It is lane 5, so they got the markers there on the front right.
Oh, lane 5.
Yeah.
Correct.
275 would be a pretty big lift here. We're going to see the elite individuals do this one later on today.
And now he'll go for the hang. This will be the heaviest lift thus far. And stands it up. It's good.
Vinicius Stolben potentially taking the win here for the LatAm Cup, as you see in the back left, Anderone Primo with 270 on the bar, so even if he's successful, that will not eclipse the 275 from Stolben, and that would be a little bit of a surprise win there. Stolben, the oldest man in this division at 32 years old, as you mentioned, competing out of Brazil, and 275 for that complex. I mean, that will play well against the elite individual men's field.
Yeah, and he's a two-time semifinalist athlete, finished 14th at the South American semifinal last year. He will take the win for the LatAm man on event 1.
See a rolled on Gold Bomb, the last athlete working there, adjusting the grip in the hang, but it looks like he's going to make it count and will not opt for the overhead squats. But 255 should be a good lift there for Gold Bomb.
And now as the men finish up, we will be bringing on the women for the LatAm Cup. They will also have 2 heats. And that is it. Vinicius Stolben, he will take the win for event 1.
Okay, I guess there is one more lifter. Lane 4, Isaiah Vidal has his second attempt here. 240 on the bar.
Oh.
Unable to get it.
No good.
45 seconds has not elapsed, so he could potentially attempt it again. However, as Lauren mentioned, he would have to finish both the snatch and the hang snatch prior to that window, and I don't think he's going to give it an attempt.
And now we have completed both heats for the LatAm men. As we mentioned, Vinicius Stolben, 275.
Let's take a look at Anderone Primo's 270 lift here. There's the hang snatch, and he stands it up. It'll be good enough for second place in the event. So Anderone Primo and Vinicius Stolben will be the one man who finished ahead of him. Both men finished competing out of Brazil, so Brazil will go 1 and 2 on the double or nothing snatch and hang snatch complex here on Tina Hills to start things off for the LatAm men.
Not a bad way to start off the weekend, especially with a heavy barbell. Normally you see an event like this later in the weekend or in the evening, but the heavy weights, the first thing that the athletes will take on this year at TYR Wodapalooza.
Yeah, the athletes obviously have been training and tapered and primed for this competition, and when you get the heavy bars right out the gates, it does give us a chance to potentially see some higher percentages right off the bat.
As we move on to the women, Brian, who in the field are we going to be looking at? What is a ballpark number that we can expect to see these ladies hit?
Yeah, I honestly wasn't expecting Stolben to hit 275 there. Primo was the one guy that I thought might be able to flirt with some of the, maybe top 10 or 15 scores we'll see from the elite men's division later. But on the women's side, there are 2 very accomplished Olympic lifters in the field, in Paulina Harrow and Sasha Nieves. They'll both be in the second heat, but those are the 2 that I've got marked down.
And if people are just joining us now, we will have 2 women's heats before we head into the elite heats, but something that the viewers can get involved with. It is new this year. It is the Heat 1 app. You can download it right now. It's going to allow you to pick your top 10 men and women elite athletes. Let your predictions get in there, and we're going to see how they stack up against some of our predictions.
Yeah, partnership between Wodapalooza, Heat 1, and Pliability this year. They have the top 10 game, which is super easy to play. The window to enter picks for that will close at the start of the elite women's heats for the women and at the start of the elite men's heats for the men. So if you haven't yet made your top 10 picks, go ahead and do that. If you like getting into the minutia a little bit more, there's a shot caller game as well. You can choose the top athlete, male and female, in each of the 5 events that they'll be competing over the next 2 days. We did have some changes to the workouts, which we'll address later today. They are updated on the Heat 1 app, so make sure that you check out those, and if you want to change your picks as well, you still have some time to do it.
And again, this is the LatAm Cup sponsored by Sky Hill. The first year that Wodapalooza, TYR Wodapalooza, has had this division out here in Miami. All of these athletes have qualified through different competitions in Latin America.
Yeah, there was actually an opportunity for athletes from some of these competitions to qualify last year, but they were entered directly into the elite divisions. This year, they've created their own division independently. It's called the LatAm Cup that we get to see here. Many of the competitions are the same. The qualification process was similar, but the competition that you qualified for was just slightly different.
And here is Heat 1 of the women for the LatAm Cup. Vera Valdez in lane number 3. She is going to be an athlete that we're going to keep our eye on in this heat.
Yeah, she's the oldest competing athlete in the field, 35 years old. She qualified through WODFest Costa Rica, where she actually won 6 of the 10 events that they had in that competition. We'll see how the heavy lifting goes right out the gate, but you know, when winning over half the events in the qualifying event, it's usually a good thing.
Not a bad setup for a competition like this, huh?
No, and so as you mentioned, all the women here will have a chance to load their weights, and then we'll get maybe an insight into who some of the top lifters in this first heat might end up being.
And I can only imagine the different strategy as you're in the warm-up area, trying to think of how heavy do you want to warm up before when you only have 2 lifts.
Yeah, I actually tested a couple versions of this workout out, and I came to the same conclusion that you mentioned. I absolutely just have to do something that I know I can do first. And as we mentioned with Stolban, like, he was clearly feeling good, and he went for a big lift on the second attempt. But if you're not forced to. You know, just kind of do what you can in the first round, and then adjust based on how you feel from there.
And there in lane number 5, that's Camila Marca. She has 150 on the barbell. And Aliahi also in lane number 1. Aliahi Bass also has 150 on the barbell.
The opposite sides of the screen there, and middling them is Vera Valdez in the black in the middle.
And she's already going for those overhead squats, just in case for a potential tie break. The ladies will now rest as that 45 seconds completes. They can change their weights as lanes number 2 and 4 will go for their first attempt.
Yeah, Marina Meza right there on the screen in lane 4, going to go for an opener at 155, which put her, if she's successful, ahead of both of the 150s that we saw from the first 3 women in this heat. That was pretty easy for her.
Very easy.
I'm guessing that's a safe weight for Marina, and probably feeling good will maybe make a jump. As I mentioned, there's some very strong women in the next heat, and no matter how good she's feeling, she might not be able to beat them. They both have had Olympic experience or junior Olympic experience with weightlifting, but when that lift looks that good, I would expect her to make at least a 10 and maybe even a 20-pound jump in the second round.
Marianne Hellas Vargas with a good lift at 135. And the first group of ladies in lanes 1, 3, and 5, they will go for their second and final attempt here.
Yeah, 45-second window, 165 will be the jump for Aliadi there in lane number 1. She misses her first attempt. You can take multiple attempts within the window. Here is Vera Valdez attempting 145. Good on the snatch. Great patience there. Nice. Love to see that.
Great mobility, holding it in the bottom like that, and then in the final lane in the white long sleeve shirt to the right of your, to the left of your screen. I think it might have been good for Aliadhi Bass at 165, and then here in the final lane in lane 5, all the way to your right in the white t-shirt, she is getting ready for her lift, hopefully completing it before the 45 seconds. That's Camila Marca. Now she'll go for the hang. And Another good lift.
And here comes the decision. She was thinking about it.
Those overhead squats.
She might have seen that Aliati had hit the 165, and if she was able to do that one extra snatch or overhead squat, she could have had a tiebreaker. As it is, I think they'll be tied there at 165 with no overhead squats. And we thought we might see a 20-pound jump here. And
Mariana Meza, 175.
Missed her first attempt, reset, got the snatch, needs to hit the hang.
There we go. Got it. Nice little celebration there on the floor. And right next to her to the left of the screen in the black short shirt, Marianela Vargas, 145. Some stability, 5 seconds, and it's good. Everybody under the time cap and time. So they're in lane number 4. Mariana Meza, 175.
Yeah, we're going to get the hang snatch there. She stands it up. Oh, no, that was the first snatch. Here she's going to go for the hang. Mariana, one of 3 ladies out of Mexico, who have qualified for this division. Big smile, big yell, big lift. 175 will be the top weight heading into heat number 2.
Yep, this will be the second of 2. And once again, the Heat 1 app. You guys can play along. For the men, these are what the fan picks are. Pat Vellner ranked at number 1, Roman Krenikov at 2, and then in that 3rd place position, Ricky Garrard. Can you believe it? Is this what you have, Brian?
Not the picks I have, but that's okay. That's how everyone plays, and you can scan the QR code there, download it now. It's not too late to get your picks in. It's a fun way to stay involved. It's a let it ride style competition with the top 10, so once you make your picks, you're good to go for the weekend. You can check back in later on any point and see how you're doing, see what the people have picked overall. But if you have your own favorites, don't hesitate to put them in there. You never know.
And some great prizes, too. A grand prize of $1,000, Brian. If you are a good analyst in the space, or not, you never know who's going to win.
Yeah, $1,000, VIP tickets to Wodapalooza next year, pliabilities thrown in, some prize packages. The top 10 finishers will all get some version of a prize, and the big prize is quite nice. So no reason not to do it if you're a fan of CrossFit.
Lots more will be coming from them, and a great way to get involved and follow the competition all weekend long. We now will be going into Heat 2 of the LatAm women. 175. 175 is that score to beat. And here we go, 45-second window.
So we'll keep an eye to see how close anyone decides to open to that 175 mark.
We do have a 175 loaded barbell in lane number 2, Sasha Nievas.
Sasha, one of those 2 athletes that I mentioned with some junior Olympic experience. She's done some great weightlifting in her past. She had some big lifts at the games when she competed a couple years ago with Mayhem. Her and Paulina Harrow will be the women in this heat that are most likely to do something that can eclipse that 175 number.
And again, 2 attempts for the athletes here. 1 snatch followed by 1 hang snatch must be completed in that 45 seconds. And then overhead squats will be that tiebreaker for any lifts that have the same amount of weight on their barbells.
Sem os quebrados. 220 libras.
Great shot of Sasha. There's Paulina Harrow, so we'll see what she decides to do. I believe both of them have the capacity to open at or above that 175 number.
Lots of strategy that goes into this as well, Brian, looking at the athletes from the previous heats or hoping that you have a spotter that can kind of let you know what are the weights that you want to go for once you get the floor.
Yeah, not just the weight, but also the overhead squats. If you end up in a situation where, let's just say that 175 is out of reach, but you think that you can match the other lift and do 1 extra overhead squat, you could certainly pass through a couple athletes just with that extra rep on the overhead squat.
So now the ladies have that 1-minute clock to load their barbell before their window will begin.
It looks like both ladies are going to go for that 175 opener, and if they do that, plus 1 overhead squat, that will be good enough to eclipse that score from the first heat. They'll be in the second interval, though, as they're in the back of the stage, which is also a little bit of an advantage. They're getting to go second in your heat. So we'll keep our eyes on the front row first as they get set to lift on double or nothing here on Tina Hills.
And here we go. The ladies are underway in lane number 1, Emily Andrade. 155 on the barbell. And then on your screen right
A
now,
gente já tem
lane
ali os
number
atletas
5,
indo para
Fernanda
tentativa deles. Todos os
Doto
atletas
rather,
conseguiram na linha
and she
5, ela
stands it
salvou
up.
no
She
último
has,
segundo.
I
Boa,
don't know if
muito
you saw
bem.
the score there, Brian. We'll see what she lifted in just a bit.
Os atletas
There
que
in the
estão
center
indo
of your
com
screen, that's
menor
going to
peso,
be
olha lá para vocês verem.
That's Ana
Além de
Martinez.
fazer
Ana
série de
Martinez
snatch,
is one of the
complexo
best, if
de
not the
snatch,
fittest woman in
eles vão
Mexico
ter que ir
currently,
pro
but Olympic
máximo de
lifting, or the
overhead
top end
squats.
strength is not going to
Então,
be her
esse é o tie
forte.
break.
You'll see her shine when it comes to barbell cycling
Cada
and
hit.
gymnastics later in the competition. That lift from Batato at 175 will match the top lift from the opening hit. She did not do any overhead squats though, so Harrow and Nieves have a chance to best the current top score if they do one overhead squat. Sasha opts not to. Paulina Harrow off screen, we're not sure, but I don't think she did either.
Sasha.
And now each of these ladies will have one final lift. We'll see what they load on the barbell. Again, the score to beat right now is 175 pounds, 79 kilos.
Yeah, Fernando Dotto, by the way, not an unknown name to Latin America, South America competition. 5th place at semifinals this year. Emily Andrade, 6th place down there. These are some of the best women in Latin America. Obviously, that doesn't mean you're necessarily one of the strongest, but in the case of Dotto, she's going to go for 180, and if she's able to hit it, that will be the new top score. Andrade has 165 in the air as Martinez is trying for 140.
And stands it up, that is good, and Andrade is going to go for those overhead squats, and then in lane number 5,
180,
180 for Dotto.
levantamento mais alto até agora.
Dotto will have the new mark to beat. You see in the background, both Nieves and Harrow have weights heavier than that on the barbell. They still need to hit that to eclipse her, but it will be guaranteed 3rd place for Dotto at this point at an absolute worst, and a lot of overhead squats for Andrade at 165. Probably more than was necessary, but either way, she'll win every tiebreaker there.
And there is Paulina Harrow, 190. We'll see if she can hit that second one, and it's good. She will take the event win for the LatAm Cup women.
On the left side of the screen, Sasha Nieves, I believe, hit 185, and you do have the option to add weight and make a second attempt. And you see the top left corner of the screen. She has 15 seconds to go. But just because you start the lift doesn't mean you can finish it. So she would have to hit the snatch and the hang snatch prior, and obviously hit 2 complexes like that in a 45-second window is a pretty heavy demand.
Yeah,
Still, Nieves will have the
Pode
second
ser.
best lift there at 185.
Se ela iniciar o
Harrow will take
levantamento
the win.
antes do final do tempo, ela pode completar o levantamento.
And here we go. We are going to take a look at Fernando Dotto at 180 that she hit.
O replay
One of the
da
top
atleta
finishers
mexicana.
of this heat. Big
Fazendo
smile on her face.
180
Got it, no
fácil.
problem there. And then once again, Paulina Harrow, she will take the event win at 190 pounds.
Stay
That
hungry.
is
Isso aí.
86 kilos for the event win. First event of the day, not a bad start
Com
for
isso, a
her
gente finaliza,
weekend.
então,
Big
a LatAm
smile
Cup.
on her face. Friends and family giving
E agora a
hugs.
gente vai começar a elite. A elite individual aqui no
There's
Wodapalooza.
a couple
Se
of
você
the Mexican
não
women that are in this
acompanha
field
o
having
Wodapalooza,
some friendly conversation
vale a pena a gente
as they
lembrar
make their way
que
off
esse
of
ano
Cena Hills.
estamos seguindo o formato do ano passado.
Coming up shortly, we
2
will
primeiros
kick
dias de
off
competição,
the
elite individual,
elite
e nos
women.
últimos 2, elite
We
teams.
have
Então, daqui a pouco
heats
começam as
of the elite
mulheres da elite
women.
individual, vão competir hoje e amanhã. E no sábado e no domingo. Yeah, I just got here.
Welcome
Fala
everybody
galera,
to the
estamos de
2024
volta.
TYR
Desculpa pelos problemas
Wodapalooza. We are going to be
técnicos.
kicking up
Venho aqui
the
rapidinho
elite
só para
individual
atualizar o
workouts
cronograma
at
com vocês. Então, a
11:40.
gente teve a primeira
We
prova
have
da
a bit
LatAm
of a
Cup.
delay
Agora
from
tivemos
today,
duas
so we
baterias
have a
masculinas,
couple
duas
of
baterias
minutes. We've got
femininas.
about
Vocês
8
viram
minutes
vários atletas
until that's going to get
brasileiros
underway.
aí
We will
jogando um
start
pezinho
with
pro alto.
the
Daqui a
elite
pouco a gente vai
women.
começar a
7
elite
heats of the elite
individual.
women before we will
Lembrando que aqui
then
no
move on to
Wodapalooza
the
esse ano,
elite
como
men.
no ano
And
passado,
the LatAm
a elite
Cup will
individual vai
return
competir na
at
quinta e na sexta
1:52 this
na
afternoon.
quinta e na sexta, desculpa, e a elite times vai competir sábado e domingo. A gente ainda tem então mais duas provas para a LatAm Cup. Ali vocês estão vendo a 1:52 de Miami, que dá 3:52 do Brasil, na horário de Brasília, e às 4:02 de Miami e 6:02 do Brasil, certo? E mais 3 provas então da elite individual, beleza? Então a gente volta já já com as 7 baterias, vão ser 7 baterias da elite individual feminina para começar essa primeira prova para elas aqui no Wodapalooza.
Welcome everybody to the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza at Bayfront Park. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Brian Friend. A gloomy day, nonetheless. We are starting with some heavy lifts, and so far we have seen some great weights from the LatAm Cup, and we are going to now kick off the elite women on the floor.
Yeah, the LatAm Cup will be preceding elite individual action throughout the first 2 days of competition for the individuals, and in this case it's the exact same workout, double or nothing.
And here the athletes, they will have 2 attempts. 1 snatch followed by 1 hang snatch. We are going to have all eyes on lanes 1, 3, and 5 for the first lifts, and then as they change their weights, we will then have our eyes in the back lanes at 2 and 4.
And speaking of lane 2, we have Aaliyah Miller right there. She's got the second heaviest snatch of any woman in this field. She was one of the lower qualifiers, so she's out of the online qualifier, so she's in the first heat, but she could put up a weight here in the first or second interval that could stand for quite a while potentially.
And Brian, we have her listed as her best in competition snatch is 215.
Yeah, I was there in person for that one at the Zalos Games a couple off seasons ago. It was a pretty impressive lift. I don't know if she's hit that much since then, but when you have a number like that on the board, it's quite intimidating.
Yeah, I'm going to be excited to see what she puts up today. And these ladies now will have a minute to load up their barbells.
Lane 4 right there, Katie Canning, another one of the online qualifiers. Got a late backfill invite, an opportunity to compete here.
And one of the big things about this, Brian, instead of 3 lifts, the athletes will only get 2 attempts. They got to get a number on the board.
Yeah, that first lift, I believe, needs to be a safe one. And then cool, calm, calculated. The overhead squat is a variable here. There's a 40-athlete field, and the tiebreaker is an optional overhead squat. You have to have a plan and execute it in the first round, and then I think play it by feel in round number 2.
And then it looks like so far in lane number 1, Nina Vrogovic, 175 loaded on the barbell. Could be the heaviest weight that we see on the floor so far.
Looks like it is, and I spoke with Nina's coach yesterday, and he told me that he thought she could potentially go as heavy as 185 for this complex, but 175 is not far off of that, and that's a pretty heavy opener.
So here we have in lane number 1, Nina at 175, and she goes for the hang, and it's good. Going for some of those overhead squats, just in case for that tie break.
I spoke with several athletes yesterday. Some of them said it's not worth it to waste the energy in the first round. Others said I'm going to do at least 1 just in case I miss my second lift to have something on the board for the tie break.
Certainly some different strategies that we will see play out on the floor today.
Those look pretty easy for 175. Be curious to see how big of a jump she makes here in the second interval. The overhead squats will only come into play there if she misses her second lift.
And now we have Aaliyah Miller. Now we have in the right part of your screen with the red pants, that's Katie Canning at 170. Aaliyah Miller on your screen now at 165.
I get a nice shot of both of them there. Miller good, and Canning good.
Also good.
Miller's going to go for some overhead squats. Canning opting not to. Both athletes, though, with the lift on the board, and that's the most important thing in the first interval.
All of these athletes will now have 1 complex left. Again, only 2 opportunities to get points on the board.
There is that 185 number that Nina Vragovic's coach, Dom, out across at Mayhem, had told us was in the cards for her.
And here she goes, that, again, lane number 1. Nina Vrogovic, 185, and your center lane in the white t-shirt, that is Andra Moistus at 165. And then 180 for Gabrielle Spence in the blue leggings.
Yeah, Gabrielle Spence was one of the also late additions to the field. We have her heaviest competition snatch listed at 175. Clearly that's an old number because she just hit that complex at 180.
And Vrogovic, 185, it's good. Big smile on her face. She's going to go for a couple of those overhead squats. And 3 overhead squats for that tie break. The heaviest snatch thus far.
Yeah, and it's going to stand through this heat, I think, because Miller, who we thought might even push towards that 200 threshold, only's got 180 on the bar.
And there she goes. She's going to go for a couple of overhead squats now. Again, they must be completed within that 45-second window. And there she goes, again at 180 pounds.
Yeah, and off camera here, Katie Canning actually also hit the complex at 180. Both women are going rep for rep on the overhead squats. And this is a head-to-head battle for the tiebreak. They have up to 45 seconds to do this.
Oh!
Canning dropped right before Miller.
For that buzzer.
But in terms of reps, that's going to be close. Either way, what an opening heat. 185 and 3 lifts at 180.
Yeah, and there are 7 heats of women that we're going to see. And if this is what we're opening at, I can only imagine how heavy these barbells are going to be as we progress. So let's take a look back at 180 with Katie Canning.
Yeah, we mentioned that Canning off screen had hit this 180, and here's a good look at it. There's the hang snatch, and she's going to stabilize, and she will go for some overhead squats here. As we mentioned, she ended up dropping the bar before Miller, but not before getting several reps on the board. And with so many heats coming up, all of these tiebreak reps could end up being critical.
Those look great. Great stability from her. Now we'll go back to lane 1, Nina Vrokovic.
And although 3 women hit that 180 number, it was Nina Vragovic, out of CrossFit Mayhem, the only woman in the opening hit to hit 185. She got some overhead squats on the board, and she has the score to beat with 1 heat of women in the books.
Not a bad way to start heat number 1 for the elite ladies. We will bring out heat 2 for the elite women. And welcome back, everybody, for TYR Wodapalooza. We are still on event 1, double or nothing. This is the second heat of the elite ladies. The weight to beat right now, 185 by Nina Vrokovic.
And Nina Vragovic outlifting the first heat by 5 pounds. 3 other women at 180, and pressure's on a little bit here. Those are heavier opening lifts than I expected across the board in the first heat. But as we said, with the qualifier status of this, athletes can kind of be all over the place when it comes especially to a lifting event.
Yep, and especially just 2 attempts here. They got to get something on the board. We keep saying it, and so far, all of these women who have competed so far, and in the LatAm Cup earlier, men and women, everybody has gotten a score on the board. So at least that strategy is good so far, Brian.
Absolutely, and there are a few nuances of this lifting event that are a little different than previous competitions. You are not limited to 1 attempt within the window. You can actually change your weights within the 45-second window. You can go up in weight or down in weight, but you always must lift with the collars on the bar, and the entire complex must be finished before that 45 seconds elapses. All of those things are elements of this particular event that the athletes need to factor in when they're making their decisions about what to lift.
And we will have our eyes on lanes 1, 3, and 5. They will go first, and all the way to the right of your screen, 155 there.
As Becca Merritt in lane number 5 getting spit out the back. Callista Lang and the lane number 1, I believe, was good at 160.
And then, that was Margot Massett in lane number 3, 165, no good. She'll have a second attempt. And again, Becca Merritt. Becca Merritt in the gray top.
Yeah, not really a matter of strength there. She's clearly strong enough to do that, missing it behind her, but she'll need to make a decision if she wants to go up or not with only 1 attempt remaining.
And here now, eyes on the red pants, 165 for... now we're looking at lane 2, Ashley Shoemaker in the yellow top, 155, and it's good. And then we'll go back to, that's Nikki Torgini.
And she had hit a successful lift at 165, the heaviest opener for anyone in heat number 2 here. Allison Weiss is the 3rd lifter in the second interval on the back right of your screen in the all black. I think she hit 160. Allie Weiss, not the biggest athlete out there, but she is extremely efficient with the snatch. I think she's even been flirting with the 200-pound snatch in training.
And here now we'll go back for the second attempt for lanes 1, 3, and 5. All the way to the right of your screen, again, Becca Merritt going for a second attempt at that weight, 160. She'll still have time to attempt that in the window. And in the middle screen, Margot Massa in the red pants. And Kalista Lang, 170.
Kalista Lang had a podium finish at the CrossFit Crash competition in South Carolina earlier this offseason and getting some good competition experience as she makes a run towards semifinals in 2024.
170 is good, and she hit one overhead squat for that tie break time. Now we will look at the 2 lanes in the back. We have 165 on the barbell for Ashley Shoemaker and 180 in the red pants for Nikki Torrigiani. And it's good. 180 for Torrigiani. Some overhead squats for that tie break.
Yeah, and could end up being critical. We had 3 women in the first heat that also did 180 pounds, getting variable amounts of overhead squats, and Torrigiani fighting for 3 good reps there, so that'll play quite nicely.
And Shoemaker, no good, 165 on the barbell. And Allie Weiss, all the way on the right of your screen in the back.
I think she hit 165 as well, plus at least 1 overhead squat. So good execution for Allie Weiss. Like we said, those lifts in the first heat, that was an impressive heat.
185, the weight to beat. Heaviest in this heat, 180 from Torrigiani.
Yeah.
And here we'll go back to lane number 4, Nikki Torrigiani at 180.
Yeah, matching the lift of 3 other women from the previous heat, and a great deal of concentration is focus here as she opts to go for and end up completing 3 successful overhead squats. And she'll take the win in heat number 2.
2 down, 5 heats to go. 7 total heats for the elite women today for double or nothing. What a way to start the competition with some heavy barbells. We'll see what we can expect from the ladies in heat number 3. Brian, going into heat 3, any predictions to beat that 185 score? That is the heaviest to beat so far. And for our fans who are in kilos, that's 83 kilos we're looking to beat.
Yeah, very fun heat here. We have 3 athletes from the Oceania region. Julia Hannaford there in lane number 5 is known for her weightlifting. She does have a 190-pound snatching competition listed as her career best. We already saw some other athletes who have eclipsed that number in this complex. Just, some of them don't compete that often, so keep our eye on her for sure.
And here's lane number 5, Julia Hannaford in that pink shirt, 23 years old, out of Australia.
Here the athletes have a chance to load up their barbells, and as we mentioned during the LatAm Cup, as every heat goes by, you get that increased opportunity to gain some knowledge about what the top scores are. I think at the end of the day, you still have to pick something that you're confident with for the first lift at the very least.
Do you think that there's a lot of women or even elite men later that are going to change their strategies based on what people lift in the other heat when you know there's only 2 opportunities, Brian?
I think if you're one of the stronger athletes, that there's a much higher likelihood that happens. If you're on the weaker end or top end strength isn't maybe your forte, you probably just need to do what you can. But when you think about names like Danny Spiegel and Branislav Lenkovic that have these huge maxes, if you don't need to do more to get the win or the place that you want, then why do it?
Julia Hannaford, hot pink top. She is going to be an athlete we're going to watch. She already has 185. That is the weight to beat right now.
Yeah, and she's absolutely an up-and-comer in Australia. She was 5th place at the Down Under Championship. She had a good showing at the semifinal. There's a lot of young talent out in Oceania, and she's certainly amongst them.
And that's Freya Moosberger in the white top with the red shoes in the middle of your screen. And it's good. And Hannaford, whoa, that looked way too easy for an opening lift at 185.
That speed under the bar is what you really love to see there. And then the great receiving position with the shoulders and elbows extended. She does opt for one overhead squat. I kind of like that strategy. It won't be good enough to beat the 185 plus 3 that we saw in the opening heat, but it's a very strong opening lift.
And here in lane number 6, Chiara Napoli has 160 on the bar in the middle of your screen. 135, it is good. Some overhead squats as well. All the way to the left of your screen in the blue top, Jessica Androwski. Or I'm sorry, that's Brianni Chalice.
Yeah, Chalice on the left there and Hollard in the middle. Two of the other athletes from Oceania region that we mentioned in this heat, and all three of those athletes in the second phase of heat 3 get an opening score on the board, which I think is the most important element of this particular event.
All of these women will have one lift left. And we have 195 here on the barbell for Julia Hannaford in your hot pink top, all the way to the right of your screen. That will be the heaviest lift.
If she hits it, but the placard on the left is obstructed for Jessica Androwski, but she has 190 on the bar, which would also be better than her CrossFit Mayhem teammate of Nina Vragovic.
And all three women in this heat are good for their lifts. 190 for Androwski. 170 for Freya Moosbrugger. And still going for the overhead squats for Hannaford at 195.
And that's 5 overhead squats, I believe, after the complex at 195. I mean, we knew that she was strong, but that is extremely impressive.
In lane 2, here's Chalice in the blue top, all the way to the left of your screen, going for 170, and it's good. And 180 for Christy Hollard, all the way to the right in the black top.
Kira Napoli on the far right, Hollard in the middle. She took a while to get going here, and she ends up missing that first attempt there as well. They do have a chance to attempt a second time, and Napoli, having missed that hang snatch, is going to try it, but she's going to have to defer back to that opening interval lift for her score in this one.
And that's it for heat number 3 of the elite women. 195. 195 is the score to beat. 88 kilos by Julia Hannaford. She's got the cowgirl hat on. We've seen her do this before in competition. Taking a look now in lane number 1, Jessica Androwski hitting 190.
Yeah, Androwski, another one of those athletes coached by Dom out of CrossFit Mayhem. He said that Vragovic and Androwski could do 185. They did them one better, 185 and 190.
Not bad at all for this heat 3 of ladies. Again, there's a replay of Hannaford making these overhead squats look too easy, Brian.
Yeah, and while that lift from Androwski of 190 was great, it'll fall short of 195. And not only did she do it, 5 overhead squats on top of it. I'm almost more impressed by that.
And again, that was only heat 3 of 7 for the elite women. 195, the score to beat. Ride 'em cowgirl, I love it. We will now kick off heat number 4 for the elite women on here. We have Rose Scott in lane 6, another heavy hitter, Brian.
Yeah, Rose Scott doesn't have the heaviest competition snatch in the field, but we spoke to her and believe she has hit 207, at least 207 pounds in her snatch. That's no guarantee that she'll do it here, but she loves weightlifting, and she's very efficient and fast under the bar, as we saw with Hannaford in that hang snatch especially. That's a huge advantage.
And here in lane number 1, Emily Rethwill, 31 years old.
Yeah, Emily Rethwill, well known for her team competition with CrossFit Invictus teams. This is her debut as an individual in an elite competition of this caliber, though.
Again, the ladies will have 2 attempts to get a score on the board. 1 snatch followed by 1 hang snatch, and then that tie break is going to be max overhead squats. They must finish the reps before that 45-second window is complete. Here's Rose Scott on your screen in all red. Bring in the fire in heat number 4, Brian.
Yeah, just telling her judge what she wants to hit there, and it looks like 185 is going to be the opener. I would assume that if she's opening at that, she feels very confident with that weight for this complex, and then it'll just be a matter of how big she wants to go. I mean, if you're thinking about what Julia just did, 195 isn't going to be good enough. You also need to be able to do 6 overhead squats afterwards.
Otherwise, you're going to need to go up in weight. Thus far, Rose Scott does have the heaviest barbell loaded on the floor of these elite women in heat number 4, and she will be part of the group that goes second for the lift. Our eyes will be in lanes 1, 3, and 5 in the front. In lane number 5, that is Stacy Lerum on your screen. I believe she's got 155 on the bar. Here in lane number 1, Emily Rethwill in the hot pink 165, and it's good. And in the middle, lane 3, Elena Karatala Sahunja, 165.
Yeah, 3 for 3 at 165, so that's the first time we've seen all 3 athletes in the same interval go for the same weight. They all hit it. Good openers for them. See how big of a jump they want to make from there.
And now we'll take a look at lanes in the back. 175 there for Elizabeth Wishart.
Wishart, similar to Hannaford, came in with a competition best of 190 pounds for a snatch. We saw what Hannaford did. We'll see what Wishart does, but it's Rose Scott.
She hits that 185, no problem, stands it up all the way to the right in the red, and then in the middle of your screen, 160 for Rebecca Fuselier.
I actually like that opener for Rebecca Fuselier. She often gets knocked for not being the strongest athlete in the field, but that's certainly a respectable opener.
And Elizabeth Wishart, 175, looks good, adding some overhead squats for that tie break.
Yeah, quite a few overhead squats there. I'll be curious again to see what jump she makes. That 180 is going to be a big barrier, as we've already had nearly 5 athletes hit that weight plus variable amounts of overhead squats. It's a big decision for Wishart coming up in round 2.
And then this will be the second and last attempt for the elite women, all the way to the right in the hot pink. Emily Rethwill, 175 on the bar. In the middle of your screen, 175 for Elena Karatella Sahuna.
Rethwill missed it there at 170, I think, dumping it off the platform. Karatala now has an opportunity to go for some overhead squats, and 175 is a number we've seen from several athletes also, so every one of these overhead squat tiebreak reps is critical.
In elite 5, Stacy Lerum also going for overhead squats at that 175 barbell, and that time is complete.
Yeah, so Rethwill will have to defer to the 165, 175 plus change for the other 2.
And we have 190, no good for Rose Scott in the right of your screen in the red, but for Rebecca Fuselier, 170 is good, and she's going for those overhead squats.
Yeah, I love to see this from Fuselier. This is probably one of the 2 events that she looks at on paper and isn't too sure where she's going to stack up against the field, but I see an athlete who's gotten stronger.
Rose Scott hits 190, now going for those overhead squats all the way in your right lane in the red. And it will be the best score of heat number 4, but 195 is still the weight for these elite ladies to beat.
Yeah, that'll put her in a tie for second in terms of total load, and then we'll defer to the tie break to see whether she's second or third overall at this point, but Julia Hannaford will maintain that top time so far, or top score so far.
4 heats down for the elite women, 3 left. 195, that score to beat. A couple of heavy hitters coming up. We'll see if that 195, 88 kilos holds up.
3 heats remain here for the women in their opening event at TYR Wodapalooza. It's double or nothing. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Brian Friend. 195 pounds from Julia Hannaford in heat number 3 is our score to beat as the women in heat 5 are ready. And in lane number 1, Brian will be keeping an eye on Birgis Bjornsdottir, 17 years old, at a CrossFit Reykjavik.
Yeah, 3rd place at the Teenage CrossFit Games this past season. She got a backfill invite through the online qualifier. It's her first shot at an elite individual competition. She's super excited to be here, and she gets a heavy lift right out the gates.
1 minute to load the barbell, and as you and Lauren have been saying so far, 2 attempts. We're so used to seeing 3. You take one away, it completely changes the way that athletes approach this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to be smart on the first attempt. Make sure to get something on the board. There's also this nuance of the max overhead squats that are optional, and we've seen a lot of pile-ups in that 175 to 180 range, so big decisions to be made.
And not a lot of room for error here.
No, I think you have to have a game plan and try to stick to it, especially in that first round. When it's only 2 lifts, kind of have to play it by feel from there when you make that second attempt.
There's Birgis Bjornsdottir. 180 on the bar for her opening attempt. The front of the heat here will go first, lanes 1, 3, and 5, and then lanes 2, 4, and 6. They have 45 seconds to lift, and the lift has to be completed within that 45 seconds.
They do get multiple attempts if needed. You can change the weights if needed. We've even seen that attempted once or twice so far as well.
It's Abigail Doman. In lane 5, she's going to open at 185.
Doman, one of 6 rookies from the CrossFit Games in 2023 that have opted to take their invite to compete at Wodapalooza here, and just dumps that hang snatch out the back.
We'll see if she has enough time to make another attempt here. 155 from Emily DeRoy was good.
Another one of those games rookies from this past season. She came into the games a little bit banged up. She's been on the circuit in the off season. She was in Down Under. It's great to have her out here in Miami.
That's Lexi Neely in lane 6. Neely, Carolyn Stanley, and Grace Walton will be the next 3. 175 left side of your screen for Grace Walton is no good. 165 good for Stanley on the snatch, and now the hang snatch to make the complex count. And Lexi Neely far right working through 170. She will now get to some overhead squats for the tie break. Walton left side going after 175 again.
And this is right in that weight range where we've seen a lot of pile-ups in terms of weight, so that extra overhead squat or 2 could come into play if she's not successful in the second window.
Round 1 is done, and now the second and final round is Birgis Bjornsdottir. Left side of your screen has 190 on the bar. There's Abigail Domet at 185.
Domet not getting a successful lift in that first window. She needs to make good on this here, and at 17 years old, 190 pounds for this snatch complex is mind-blowing.
Good. And now the overhead squats to the tiebreak. Domet is going to get through. And Carolyn Stanley in lane 3 is working on her overhead squats now.
Emily DeRoy, center of screen in the orange there. But Bjornsdottir is one of 3 women who've hit 190. The previous overhead squat reps were 3 and 1. I think she got at least 3 there, which would put her tied for second so far of every athlete that we've seen.
Just 2 heats remain after this, so this could be a very solid result for 17-year-old Birgis Bjornsdottir. Now Walton, Stanley, and Neely will be up next. 180 left side of your screen for Grace Walton. First part is good. Now for the hang snatch for her. And she will hit that. 170 looking good for Carolyn Stanley. Middle of your screen, and on the far right, that's Lexi Neely, who's clean so far as well.
Yeah, Walton, another athlete coming from Oceania. She podiumed at the Down Under Championships, and Caroline Stanley, the 3rd Games rookie from 2023 in this heat alone.
Stanley still working through the overhead squats, as is Lexi Neely.
Bunch of overhead squats for Neely. She was flirting with a Games qualification spot at semifinals last year, tailed off a little bit towards the end of the competition, but certainly an athlete to be aware of as we head into the 2024 season later this year.
It's Birgis Bjornsdottir, 190 pounds right now, has her in the top 2 in this event.
And as we mentioned, podium finish at the Games this year in the teenage division, but that's no guarantee that you're this strong at 17 years old. We're going to see her overhead squats here afterwards, and this puts her in a tie for second. The overhead squats are the optional tiebreaker for this. The previous woman who had hit it had 3 and 1. You're going to see right here on your screen, Bjorn's daughter fights for 2. Here comes 3. And this rep right here puts her 2nd place overall with 2 heats remaining, as Sean mentioned earlier. Wow.
Impressive start for Bjorn's daughter, as we now have 2 heats remaining. It is double or nothing to open things up here at TYR Wodapalooza. The weather has not been cooperating. Doesn't matter. It's always a great day to lift heavy, and that's how we are kicking things off here. 2-day competition for the individuals. The teams take over here on the weekend. Heat 6 getting set as the crowd at Tina Hills continues to fill in, one of the marquee venues here at TYR Wodapalooza. Standing room only out there.
Space always is at a premium on Tina Hills, but for the athletes, it's an awesome environment as you just have everyone kind of peering down on you. And when you're at a lifting event, what a great platform to get under some big loads.
6 women on the floor here. 4. Heat number 6, make that 5. Lane number 4 will be empty. And there is Fee Sagafi. Once again, 2 45-second windows to complete the complex on your screen.
Yeah, we have seen most of the athletes have a successful opening lift in the first window. Abigail Doma, the first one in a while, who hadn't, but she made good on in the 2nd attempt. So expect athletes to put loads that they're confident with in the first round and then try to execute a game plan. As these heats wear on, you get a big advantage in kind of knowing how many overhead squats could factor in the tie break. Their coaches are probably communicating that to them. So be on the lookout for that at some of these weights like 175 and 180 that we've seen many good lifts at.
We had a 17-year-old impress in the prior heat. That was Birgis Bjorn's daughter, Olivia Kerstetter, 18 years old. Expect her to put up a big number here as well.
She's done it before. She snatched 205 pounds at the CrossFit Games in 2021, and in that year, that was more than any woman in the elite female division did. So 175 opener, but we know she has more than that in the tank if she wants it.
Making her 2nd individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. She was 14th in 2023. It's going to be Rebecca Vidison, Matilda Garns, and Fee Sagafi to open up. Vidison is on the left side of your screen, 175. That's the heaviest barbell we have in this first group. Middle of your screen is Matilda Garns, as Vidison fails at 175. Fee Sagafi's at 155. This will probably be a bit of a damage control event for her. And now she's onto the overhead squats. Vidison, left side of your screen, still working on her opening lift at 175. And there is Fee Sagafi, still amassing overhead squats in the tie-break portion of this complex.
Yeah, quite a few overhead squats there. We've seen hugely variable strategies in terms of that, from 0 to 5 in the first round. Curious to see how big of a jump she decides to make.
Olivia Kerstetter and Sydney Wells will be next up. Kerstetter at 175, Wells at 160.
I mentioned all the rookies from the 2023 games in this field, and we got the other 3 in this heat, Wells, Kerstetter, and Vidison there.
Neither Kerstetter nor Wells electing to go for any overhead squats, as they are good on their opening lifts. The heaviest lift we have seen happen back in Heat 3 belongs to Julia Hannaford at 195 pounds.
Yeah, right behind her, we've had 3 women hit 190 with Bjorgen's daughter in the previous heat, getting 4 overhead squats. She got a no rep on the last rep, so now 190 plus 4 is the 2nd best we've seen so far.
There's Rebecca Vidison getting set to make a run at 185 pounds, her first individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. 175 is Matilda Garns in the middle, and then on the far right, Fee Sagafi at 165. So Vidison gets through. Garns is going to fail and have to start again. Vidison on the hang snatch. That will count. Fee Sagafi overhead squats to break any ties at 165.
Yeah, between her first and second rounds, I think it's safe to say she's done more overhead squats than anyone.
Yeah. Fee not normally known for her strength, so this will be important for her just to...
Well, something she is known for is her great attitude and a big smile there.
That is absolutely true. And here's Olivia Kerstetter at 190. Takes no time getting through that. Sydney Wells, the other athlete, lifting at 170. Now Kerstetter trying to break a tie with Bjornsdottir from the prior heat at 190 pounds.
Yeah, and Drozic had hit 190 plus 1. She's done better than that. Rose Scott had hit 190 plus 3. I believe she's just past that. Bjornsdottir 190 plus 4, and it looks like Kerstetter might get the advantage here on the overhead squats.
Olivia Kerstetter looking to put herself in second place heading into the 7th and final heat in this event. Julia Hannaford still has the top lift at 195 pounds, and that'll do it. And it looks like Olivia Kerstetter's not only going to win that heat, but put herself in second place in this event.
It was almost AMRAP overhead squats the remaining time for her there. I think she could have kept going.
One more look at Olivia Kerstetter at 190. If you blinked, you missed it.
Yeah, we've been talking about on this hang snatch, especially that speed under the bar can be a big advantage. Kerstetter, great receiving position there, and then it was just a matter of overhead squats. No rep on the first one, made the adjustment, plenty of reps below parallel there, and it was enough to put her into second place overall, breaking all the other ties at 190.
195, still the top score. One heat remains here on the opening event for the elite individuals double or nothing at TYR Wodapalooza, as Olivia Kerstetter just left no doubt on these overhead squats. And she should sit in second place behind Hannaford. The final 6 women set to take the floor as we close out double or nothing, the opening event here on Thursday at TYR Wodapalooza at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida.
Yeah, we got some big lifters and big names coming up in this final heat. Shauna had a friendly bet that there would be someone in the women's field to hit 200 pounds. It hasn't happened yet. One more opportunity.
Well, that woman whose face is on those signs might be able to do it, and that's Danny Spiegel. She'll be in lane 6, and she will have the advantage of going second in this heat.
Yeah, all the information that she could possibly want with every other heat to go, and the first 3 women in her heat lifting before her. I talked about it when Lauren was on, that if you're the big lifter, you only have to do enough to win. So we'll see how big she decides to go for.
5th individual appearance here at Wodapalooza, and she's done very well every time she's competed. She's never finished lower than 5th overall, and she was 2nd last year at the 2023 TYR Wodapalooza. Now the athletes loading their bars. That is Emily Rolfe in lane 1, looking like she's going to have 180 on the bar, but that placard could be wrong. 180 also on the bar in lane 4 for Gabby McGowan. I believe it's going to be 190 for Spiegel to open.
And you mentioned Spiegel's success here in the past. Not only has she had great finishes, she often has very big and impressive moments, at least once during the competition, and with the lift being the first thing out of the gate. Great opportunity for her to do that here right on the heels of her 30th birthday.
Also coming off a top 10 finish at the Rogue Invitational. Took 9th there as you take a look at Emily Rolfe. It's going to open at 165. It's going to be Rolfe, Danielle Brandon, and Emma Carey on the right side of your screen at 170 for Carey. Rolfe's going to miss her first attempt. Danielle Brandon is under 175. Carey is good. Brandon completes the complex. Rolfe taking her time to make another attempt here on the left side of your screen.
And I watched Emma Carey snatch 200 pounds at the Granite Games a couple years ago. She did have to deal with a back injury that's kept her out of the 2022 season. She's been on the road back, and a nice opening lift for her there.
Emily Rolfe now is in danger of missing her opening lifts as we are running out of time here. Remember, the complex has to be done at the buzzer. It's not, as long as you start before the buzzer, you're okay. So Rolfe at 165 is not able to make her opening lift.
Unlike other competitions, you can go down in weight, so we'll see if Rolfe chooses to stay the same or make an adjustment.
Yeah, no shock that Danny Spiegel is the fan pick on the Heat 1 app to win this event. 185 is good for her. Meanwhile, it looks like McGowan and Ariel Lowen completed their opening lifts. Lowen left side of your screen at 175. McGowan opened at 180, and Spiegel is through at 185. Again, the top lift, Julia Hannaford out of heat number 3, 195 pounds. Emily Rolfe looking like she's going to stay at the weight that she missed in round 1. 185 on the bar for Danielle Brandon, middle of your screen, and 180 for Emma Carey. Rolf is going to get through on the left side, able to hang on to that. Danielle Brandon is good, and Emma Carey's onto her overhead squats at 180 pounds.
And that's huge for Emily Rolf. There's nothing worse than starting a competition with the 0 on the board. I'm glad she was able to do that.
Big save for Emily Rolf, who started at 165, missed her first complex, and is now just trying to break any potential ties. So Danny Spiegel looks like she has 195 on the bar. As Emily Rolf closing out her overhead squats. Lowen, McGowan, and Spiegel up next.
Now Hannaford had done 195 plus 5, so Spiegel would need 6 overhead squats if she wants to take this event win.
And no problem on the complex, and she's going to drop it and not go for any overhead squats. Now she has time to add weight, and it looks like she's doing that. She can make another attempt here if she wants. McGowan's working through 190.
And we had a pile up.
185 is missed for Lowen. Sorry, Brian.
Yeah, pile up of athletes at 190. So McGowan is going to be trying to chase down those overhead squats from Kerstetter and Bjorgensdottir. I think she's going to be right around Bjorgensdottir.
So Spiegel is now at. She missed her opening lift. She got a no rep. So she took a calculated risk there. Instead of going for overhead squats at 195, she decided to jump up to 200, make another attempt. She misses. She will take second in the event, and that means Julia Hannaford out of Heat 3 is going to win. One more look at what just happened here with Danny Spiegel.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure. This looked like a good snatch to me. I don't think it was a mandated squat snatch. And she looks just as confused as I do, Sean. I don't know.
I don't know what happened. Maybe that she didn't show enough control at the top, but you do not have to pass below parallel in the receiving position. But Danny Spiegel is going to take second place. A great start for her. Julia Hannaford's going to pick up the event win, though, at a Heat number 3, 195 pounds plus the overhead squats.
Yeah, and Spiegel's veteran here. She looks unfazed by it. She'll take the second place and move on. It's a place that she loves to compete. She always does well here, so great attitude there for Spiegel either way.
And there's Emma Carey and Ariel Lowen leaving the floor. Let's send it down to Tommy Marquez, who is with Danny Spiegel.
Thanks, Sean. I'm here with Danny Spiegel, 195 on the board. Danny, talk me through the strategy of going for 2 lifts in that last round instead of going for the overhead squats.
I hate overhead squats, so I just wanted to avoid those at all costs. I knew I could get both lifts in the amount of time. I do lifts like this every 30 seconds. It's pretty standard in my training, so I knew I could get them both in. Unfortunately, I got no rep on that first one. I don't really know what happened, but, I'll take 195.
You got a great lift on the first round. There are only 2 attempts for this particular lifting complex. Did that adjust your strategy based on how the first one felt?
Yeah, 100%. With a long corral, 20 minutes to corral, you always kind of go a little conservative. So originally when the workout first came out, I thought we'd have a little bit more time. I thought we'd have time to lift in the back, and I was going to open with 195. And so it definitely changes. You need to go a little conservative because you just never know what's going to happen. So you want to make sure you at least get a lift on the board because you fail both. What are you going to do? I got a no rep, so what was I going to do if the first one was a no rep? So you just got to play a little safe. Go for it, but play it a little safe.
Well, either way, you had a great lift, Danny. Congratulations, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
Danny Spiegel,
I'll see you around, I'm sure, yeah.
195 to take second place. Congratulations to Julia Hannaford, who looks like she's going to pick up the event win. We're just getting started here at the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza. The women are done. Men coming up next. Stay with us, everybody, as our coverage continues from Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza. We are starting the day with some heavy lifts. And, Brian, we saw the women putting up a lot of heavy lifts to begin the day. 195, the best lift. And now we get to kick off the elite men. It is double or nothing. They get 2 attempts, 1 snatch followed by 1 hang snatch. If you just listened to Danny Spiegel, she said it is so important to get a lift on the board, so you want to put some strategy into what you load on those barbells.
Yeah, it was great to hear from one of the best lifters in the field that she's in the same mindset as us. Get something on the board in that first attempt, have a plan and execute it, play it by feel based on that with attempt number 2.
And just 45 seconds to complete the lift. It must be completed within that 45-second window. Here we will look at lanes 1, 3, and 5. We'll kick off the men heat 1, and then we will turn to lanes 2, 4, and 6.
Yeah, the seating on day 1 are the qualifiers from bottom to top, and then feeding into the invited athletes. That'll be in the back half of the men's division here. So these are the lower half of the qualifiers. Some of them getting a backfill, but certainly some talented athletes even right out the gate. And when it comes to lifting event, as we saw on the women's side, we had some big lifts early on.
And right there in the middle of the center of your screen, that is going to be Evan Rogers. He's an athlete that we're going to keep our eye on in some of these earlier heats, Brian.
Yeah, he had a great semifinal. He finished 15th in the East, but he was really tight on points with big names like Tyler Christoffel, Austin Hatfield, James Sprague, and Spencer Panchik. So even though maybe not the biggest name, he has had a good performance this past semifinal, and I think that he could be a sneaky guy to watch throughout the weekend.
And then that's Jacob Hart in heat number 5, 245 on the barbell in the light pink shirt. It's going to be his opening weight again, 1 of 2. 245 is his first attempt.
Yeah, we don't have like a ton of data necessarily on all the athletes. 245 is the heaviest snatch we have on record from competition for him, but to see him opening it from here, it's clear he's been putting in the work on the strength side of things in the gym.
And all the way to the left of your screen, shirtless, 255 for Arturo Torres. It was a good lift. And then 245 again, Jacob Hart. It is a good lift.
Yeah. And I see different strategies there. Some of the men going for that overhead squat or 2 in the first round just in case. Others feeling good about it as is. And we'll just opt to save some energy for the second window that they have the chance to lift in.
And we did see from Danny Spiegel, it is possible to get 2 lifts within that 45-second window. We're going to be looking to the left of your screen in the blue shirt. 255 on the barbell for Martin Fiekerlich. And right next to him to the right in the black shirt, 235 for Joshua Hung.
Josh Hung, an American athlete, but he did compete out in Madrid earlier there. And Martin Fiekerlich, a lot of competition experience in his resume competing out of the Czech Republic.
Going for more overhead squats for that tie break. Oh, that last one was a no rep, but the other ones look good. The men will now be going for their second and last lift of heat number 1 of the elite men. In your center lane, Evan Rogers, 250. Arturo Torres, 270 on the barbell.
Torres dumps that one out forward, but you do have the chance to make a second lift if you want it, and Torres will reset and do just that.
And it's good for Evan Rogers, and then Jacob Hart just nearly getting that overhead. He's got, I believe, his overhead squats for the tie break now. Or Torres all the way to the left of your screen. Hang snatch, trying to stand it up, but doesn't get it, no good. He'll have to take his lift from the first one. And this will be the second of 2 lifts for the men in the back of your screen. In the center, in the black shirt, we got 240 on the barbell for Josh Hung. And 275 to the left of your screen in the blue shirt. No good for Martin Fiekerlich.
Yeah, Fiekerlich, I think, is going to call it there, not going to give it a second go. Hong missed the hang snatch, but I think he is going to try it again. Oh, Fiekerlich might be lining it up, too.
Yep, trying to get the crowd, raising his hands in the air. Here he goes for 275. And 10 seconds, he must complete the entire lift for this hang snatch. And no good. That's okay. Smile on his face. Still seems happy with what he got for the first one. The end of heat number 1 for the elite men. And here we go, lane number 5, Jacob Hart, 260. Heaviest lift thus far.
Yeah, great on the snatch there. He's going to have to fight and save this. Stays on the platform. He ends up backing it up, and we'll get a couple of overhead squats as well. The overhead squats will play as the tiebreaker, and we saw in the women's field that there were many women lifting the same weight, and so these decisions and capacity on the overhead squat can play huge. He'll have 260 plus 1, and that will be the opening weight to beat as we head into the second heat.
That is the weight we will be looking at. 1 overhead squat, 260 pounds, 117 kilos as we head into heat number 2 of the elite men. Double or nothing. Not a bad way to start the day. Heavy barbells, one snatch followed by 1 hang snatch. These don't need to be a squat. You can choose whether it is power or full squat today.
Yep, and then you have the option for overhead squats as a tiebreaker if you want to. And even though we've had some weather here today, Tina Hills, the covered platform there, the lifting surfaces are dry, and it's great to get to see the big weights right out the gate.
The men out here, heat number 2 for the day of the elite men. Out of 7 total heats that we will see, 260 pounds is the weight to beat, and you want to get something on the board, Brian.
Yeah, I wrote this one, and Danny Spiegel said it. Get something on the board in that first interval. Make sure that you log a score. It's terrible feeling to start the competition with the 0. Cool, calm, and calculated. Have a plan and stick to it. As the heats wear on, you have a better idea of how many overhead squats can break a tie break. And then in that second window, based on how the first one feels, make a decision of how heavy you want to go.
And there in our middle lane, Connor Volts in lane number 3. He's going to be the athlete that we're going to keep an eye on in this heat.
Youngest athlete that's qualified for the elite men's field this year. We always, as always, have some teenagers on the women's side, but being in your young 20s and making it into the elite field at Wodapalooza is a huge accomplishment. He's competed here in the past on a team, individual debut as an elite athlete this year at TYR Wodapalooza.
Yep, and loading up with 235 on the barbell. In the back, 275 for William Bennett, 225 for team athlete Tanner Balaz.
Yeah, Will Bennett, one of the more experienced athletes in the field. He's been competing at regionals going all the way back to 2016. He had a good showing at the semifinals this past season and is once again qualified for the elite division here in Miami.
And here in lane number 1 in the blue shirt, Guy Dominguez. And on your screen right now, 245 with the brown shorts. That's Nikita Yundov.
Nikita Yundov has been the fittest man in Belarus for many years in a row. He had to withdraw from the semifinals last year with a little bit of a pec issue, but he's been putting in the training. Great to see him back and healthy and out here on the floor with the big stage.
Volts in the center, 235 is good. To the left in the blue, 255 for Dominguez is good. And 255 also for Yundov is good. They will have 1 more lift will remain as we now look to the back of your screen for their first attempt. 245, Lucas Uzi. Lane number 2 all the way to the left of your screen in the gray top, William Bennett, 275. And it's good.
And we had the LatAm Cup men go earlier today, and 275 was the winning lift from Vinicius Stolben, and that Will Bennett right out the gate with his opener able to hit the same number.
And a handful of overhead squats here for that tie break if it is needed later today. Again, we've seen several athletes hitting the same number. He waves his hand in the air. He feels good about it.
Yeah, I kind of like the decision to go for some overhead squats there. That's a heavy lift. 275 is no joke for that snatch complex, and there will be other guys that get that same number in later heats.
And for heat number 2, this is going to be their last and final lift for double or nothing. William Bennett in the middle, 250, or I'm sorry, lane number 2 in the back. We're now looking at 245 all the way to the left of your screen in the blue. Dominguez, 245. in the center, 255 for vaults, and 260 all the way to the right of your screen. And the brown shorts, it's no good for the hang snatch for Uzi.
Nikita Yundev. Yeah, Yundev there dumping it out the back. But Connor Volt's a very clean execution here for a young athlete. First event right out the gates. He hit his opener, 20-pound jump, and made the second lift. You love to see that. Great execution for Volts.
And that would have been good, but you must complete it in the 45-second time. Tanner Balaz was in the middle of your screen, and he has a good lift, 255. 285.
But Balaz looks like he's going to try to make a change and get another lift, and either way, he was successful. Huza and Bennett both missed their first attempt there, but they're going to line up for a second attempt as well.
And again, it must be completed within that 45-second window. Oh, and Uzi goes for 275 again from the hang, doesn't get it, but still has a score up on the board from the first lift.
The Balaz and Volts make good on their second one. Everyone else will have to settle for their first. Will Bennett, new score to beat.
And here's Bennett, 275, the score to beat after 2 heats of the elite men.
And we saw him do a little bit of a wave to the crowd. I think he's pretty happy with this, especially considering the reps of the overhead squats that he got. I believe it was 3. We'll get to see it here, and we'll keep track of those overhead squats as the heats wear on to know just how well that will do relative to the tiebreaker. Actually, may have been more than 3.
Yeah,
that's 4.
I think that's 4. Oh, and 5, 275 plus 5 overhead squats, the weight and reps to beat thus far. We are 2 heats down for the elite men, 7 total heats. Double or nothing over at Tina Hills. Seems like more people are coming, standing room only to watch. They've got their hoodies on as we've had a little bit of rain this morning, Brian.
Yeah, it's a rainy day. It's a Thursday, but you know the fans are going to come out to watch the competition here at Wodapalooza, especially when the big weights are going up.
And now they will clear the floor before we start Heat 3. Still got a good crowd, even though it's been a little bit overcast. There everybody is in good spirits, and there will be 3 total events today. Packed full day here at Bayfront Park.
Yep, starting things out on Tina Hills. We'll head over to the main stage later today for Flagler for the rest of the elite competition. It's only a 2-day competition. Points are at a premium here. Execution needs to be on point, and so even though this is a short event, there's plenty to fight for on the platforms this morning.
Double or nothing, 2 attempts, 1 snatch, 1 hang snatch, all within a 45-second window. The athletes will load the bars. And in lane number 3, Jack Rosema is an athlete we're going to keep our eye on.
Yeah, Jack Rosema, one of the more experienced athletes in the field, also one of the stronger athletes. I believe he's one of 7 or 8 athletes that has at least a 300-pound snatching competition, 305 at the 2021 semifinals. As we saw with the women's side, that's no guarantee that you're going to do great on this, but it's usually a pretty good indicator.
And again, 275 plus 5 is going to be that score to beat as we head into Heat 3 of the elite men. And Jack's got 275 as his opening weight on the barbell.
Yeah, he was 12th or 13th here last year. Similar placement at semifinals last year. He made a podium at Crash Crucible. He's had a great season overall, and I think that very similar to Evan Rogers, he's one of these athletes that's just on the outside of making the games, but he is super fit and can definitely make some surprises.
And there in the middle screen in that black shirt, Rosema, 275, 245 in lane number 1, Alexander Caron. And in lane 5, John Wood. All lifts looked good.
Yeah, John Wood actually has had a pretty similar year to Rosema. They were within 1 spot of each other at Wodapalooza last year. Very similar semifinal performance. And he's another guy that's a little bit unassuming by nature, but once he gets out there on the competition floor, he knows how to take care of business.
And Caron saved it just at the last second, 245 on the barbell.
Calderon with 2 top 10 finishes at Wodapalooza the last 2 years. He did not get the invite this year after being withdrawn from the semifinal, but made it through the qualifier, and he could be a sneaky candidate to watch throughout the weekend.
In the center of your screen, CJ Gerald, 260, looks good. To the right of your screen, 265. That's going to be Drake Lewis, and his lift is good.
Both Lewis and Gerald have won off-season competitions that I was at earlier this season. Lewis winning the Iron Game, CJ Gerald out at Desert City. This is both of their first time here in Miami in the Elite Division.
And this will be the heaviest lift we've seen thus far for the Elite men, 285.
Yeah, when I was looking at this on paper, I thought that 90%, maybe a little above, was something that was within the realm of possibility, and Rosema flirting with just above that right here.
And he makes the first lift, it's good. Now we'll go for the hang. And will he stand it? And it's good. What a save. And going for some overhead squats. 285 is now going to be the new score to beat. The third overhead squat, Brian?
Yeah, this will be 4 if he gets it, and just like Bennett, all of these reps could be huge in terms of tiebreak later on, and you see how pumped up he is by that too.
The new score to beat, 285 pounds, 129 kilos. Out of heat number 3 for the Elite men of 7 total heats. Not a bad score to put up thus far. CJ Gerald going for 275 in the middle screen and the white 3/4 length shirt, and it's good. He will go for some overhead squats now. To the left of your screen in the gray shirt, Trevon Bennett, 270, and he stands it. His lift is good. John Wood at 280 all the way to the right of your screen in the all black. He'll go for the hang, and no good.
That was Drake Lewis missing that one, but Gerald with the overhead squats has now surpassed Bennett in terms of the tie break. So he matched him on weight at 275, lost track of him there for a second, but either 6 or 7 on the overhead squats, which I think will put him second best thus far.
And just about all the way to the buzzer, he was hanging on for dear life on that one, Brian.
Yeah, some of these athletes' capacity to overhead squat is incredible at this percentage of their snatch weight. We saw Olivia Kerstetter do it literally up to the buzzer, and I think she had a few more in the tank to be sure as well.
And here he is, Rosema, again, 285, the new score to be out of the Elite men on double or nothing.
Yeah, and an amazing save here. This was the critical point of the lift. Great patience, great stability, great core strength. Once he got to the overhead squats, he looked really good. And then when you see him finish his 4th one here and drop the bar, you'll see just how happy he is with his ability.
Some people do overhead squats and they do not have a smile on their face. I'm included in that, but he looks pretty happy about that the whole time.
Yeah, I'd love to see that celebration from him there. I know how hard he's been working. He's actually a lawyer for the Army. He gets kind of paid to train to do this now, and he's capitalized on that opportunity. He's had, like I said, a great season and a great start here for TYR Wodapalooza 2024.
Yeah, certainly not a bad start. Some heavy weights coming out of the earlier heats for the Elite men. Again, this was 4 out of 7. We'll see if that score holds up through the final 3 heats for the Elite men individuals. This is double or nothing. 45 seconds to make an attempt, 2 attempts, 1 snatch, 1 hang snatch.
Yeah, I mean, if you want it, that max overhead squat serves as a tiebreaker. Tons of different options in terms of the strategies that athletes have gone for, but we know that they will come into play.
And who are we keeping an eye on in this heat, Brian?
I think it's got to be Austin Hatfield. He's the talk of the offseason after winning Crash Crucible, after almost making the semifinal in his first ever live competition. He's on a trajectory that's, usually it results in really good things, and opportunity for him to do something with the barbell here in the first event too.
And the men now will load their barbells for that opening weight. 285 is what we're looking to beat through the 4th heat of the Elite men. Austin Hatfield there in the black shirt with purple leggings.
And Hatfield, we have him listed in lane 3. This is Juan Ignacio Sforzini on screen. Hatfield is actually back there in lane number 4. Apologies for that. But Swarzini was second to Hatfield in the online qualifier. This is the first big competition that we've seen from him. So excited to see what he can do after having a great online qualifier to get here. There's Austin Hatfield.
There he is. His name's on the back of his shirt and everything.
Yeah.
He's got the power stash going on too.
And the West Virginia football jersey. He's born and raised in West Virginia there. Very humble guy, but very excited to be here. And like I said, the anticipation for him is as high as it's been in a while for an athlete who hasn't made the CrossFit Games. So we'll see what he can do.
And there all the way to the right of your screen in the jersey with the hot pink 245 in lane number 5, Harry Lightfoot. And it's good.
Yeah, Lightfoot making the trip over from the UK. He had a great quarterfinal last year, an up and down semifinal. Talked to him this morning, actually. He's really excited. He feels like his training's right where he wants it to be, and a good opening lift there to start things off.
It's always good to prime right before TYR Wodapalooza because it leads right into the open in the season.
Yeah, it's a great placement in the year overall. There's a reason that a lot of athletes, even internationally, make the trip out here.
And here in lane number 2, Antonios Markinos, the 245 all the way to the left in the pink shirt.
And Makaronas was the third online qualifier coming in, so it's Hatfield, Forzini, Makaronas, and combined the three of them have very little competition experience, so this is a great chance for us to learn about them the next 2 days.
And 265 is good.
And that speed under the bar from Hatfield is what we saw from Hannaford and a few other of the female athletes on that hang snatch. That is so critical.
One down, one more lift to go for heat number 4 of the elite men. 285 again is the heaviest lift to beat thus far.
Not only 285, but also those 4 overhead squats from Rosema. Super impressive, and no one approaching that yet in this heat.
255 for Lightfoot all the way to the right. Going for the hang, and he missed it.
Simultaneously,
no well.
Yeah, simultaneously Pelletier drops the hang snatch in front of him, and Sforzini has waited quite a while to make an attempt in this interval.
And the snatch is good. Now he'll go for the hang again within that 45-second window. 255 on the bar. And that time stood it up right at the end.
Yeah, different strategies with just those 3 athletes, but paid off for Sforzini there to wait as he did make the lift at 255.
In lane 6, Kevin Jers, 280 on the bar in the tie-dye shirt on the right screen, and can't stand up the rest of the lift.
Yeah, Kevin Jers has been the fittest man from Estonia for a couple of years now. Great to have him over here.
Oof. Hatfield almost had it at 285, missed the end of the lift. Sometimes still remains within that 45-second window, and he'll go for it again. Gets the first snatch. Will he have time for the hang? He will not.
When we talk about the lack of competition experience, this is only his 3rd ever live competition, and he's only going to get 265 there. I think he's certainly capable of more, but maybe the game plan wasn't up to the fitness on that one.
And again, remembering that this is just one of 3 events today, one of 5 total events throughout the weekend. A lot of strategy that goes into that, knowing that this is the first workout that you will be tackling of the weekend. And back to that 285 lift for him. Stands it, looks good, just can't get that hang, not enough time.
I don't think we could hear it on the replay, but yes, I think the time had expired, so he didn't have a chance to go for the hang.
4 heats down. 7 total for the elite men on day 1 of TYR Wodapalooza, kicking it off with double or nothing.
Big weights going up here on the opening day of competition at the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza as we kick things off at Tina Hills with double or nothing. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Brian Friend. Tommy Marquez is down there at Tina Hills, 3rd member of our broadcast team. Heat number 5 is set. And this is going to be a heavyweight slugfest between two men who we expect to contend for the event win here. You got Guy Majeros, he is in lane at number 2. Jack Farlow is out there as well. Alex Vino, another man you're looking at now who can lift big. Just 2 attempts in that complex.
Yeah, all 6 men in this heat have competed at the CrossFit Games before. And with the style of this event, execution and game plan are at a premium, so we'll see where they each decide to open.
Luke Parker loading his barbell. They have 1 minute to load their weights here. Parker making his second individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza, 19th in 2023. He will be going in the first group along with Jack Farlow and Sam Cornway in lane 5. And then it's Guy Majeros, Kaike Servani, and Alex Vino in the back rows who will go second. And that's big for Guy Majeros.
And not only do all these athletes have a CrossFit Games experience under their belt, this is the 300-pound club. Sean, everyone in this heat has snatched 300 pounds in competition before. None of them have ever snatched as much as Guy Majeros, though, who's got a 310-pound competition max.
Jack Farlow is the other man we'll be watching in this heat. Had that impressive performance back in the games in the Olympic total.
Yeah, you mentioned Guy and Jack out of the gates. Both of them have won an Olympic lifting style event at the CrossFit Games before, so plenty of not just strength, but also experience with the weights under the big stage.
First round is underway. And Jack Farlow opening up at 260, middle of your screen. Sam Cornway at 255. And on the left is Luke Parker.
Yeah, with all the accomplishments in this heat, it's only Sam Cornway who has podiumed at Wodapalooza before, having done that back in 2021.
Parker missed his opening lift at 260. He's back on it now. He's through the first part of this complex. Second part is good for Luke Parker. Now we will move to Guy Majeros, Kaike Servani, and Alex Vino. And Guy, starting at the top lift we have seen so far, that belongs to Jack Rozema at 285, and Guy is going to hit that no problem. That looks easy for Majeros, and he has now tied Jack Rozema for the top score. Kaike Servani and Alex Vino both good. Servani at 260, Vino at 245.
Yeah, and 285 for Guy will put him on the par with the weights for Jack. Jack did 4 overhead squats there. Guy, knowing he's got more in the take, opting to save it for the second window.
Just made that 285 pounds look like it was an empty barbell.
He's done that more times than I can count.
Every time you watch this kid lift, it never ceases to amaze me how quickly he gets under that barbell.
Yeah, the 2 things, especially with that snatch, that hang snatch that we look at, is the speed under the bar, the receiving position.
And no shock that he is the overwhelming favorite on the He1 app from the fans to win this event. Jack Farlow at 280 is good. Right side of your screen is Sam Cornway, already under the overhead squats. Can't see the weight he's attempting right now. Luke Parker, left side's got 275 on the barbell. Looks like 275 as well for Sam Cornway.
Yeah, and this is where we get into that critical overhead squat. Gerald did 275 plus 6. Bennett did 275 plus 7. So even though Cornway with a big lift, not as many overhead squats.
Guy Majeros at 310. Get out of here with this. And that will count for Guy Majeros, 310. And that is going to be tough to beat.
What a lift by Guy Majeros. That is matching his competition best, but this time for a complex. I will be curious to see, though, Sean, Bronislaw Alenkovic is coming in a later heat, and he did not go for an overhead squat there.
A 275 for Kaike Servani, as good as he continues to work through overhead squats. Remember, this is the same number that we saw Sam Cornway hit. Servani has the advantage going later, knows what he needs to beat Cornway.
Yeah, those guys will join Bennett and Gerald at that number, so 275 is kind of that pile-up, which we saw at 175 and 180 for the women's side.
310 pounds for Guy Majeros. Picture perfect. And he is your event leader. We still have 2 heats to go.
Yeah, and I mentioned Branislav Alenkovic will be coming up. He does have the only heavier snatching competition, but this is phenomenal. Speed under the bar, receiving position, second to none for Guimayeros. Obviously the mobility to go with it, and watch this on the hang snatch.
He is still faster in slow motion than most people are in real speed.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even known that was slow in motion if I missed the live version.
3:10 on the board for Guimayeros. Jack Farlow at 280. Right now, that would be the third best lift that we have seen. Fans know what they're doing. 65% of them.
Apostas, né? Não é aposta igual a gente está acostumado no Brasil.
That 200 would be this impressive threshold. 300 was the threshold we were looking at on the men's side.
Você coloca lá os atletas que você acha que vão melhor em cada prova específica, e aí você monta o seu roster e aí concorre a alguns prêmios.
I have never seen him really struggle.
Obviamente o Gui foi.
Oh, you go back to when he did win the one-run max snatch of the game. It was just a matter of him beating the competition. We know that if he was allowed to keep lifting, could have kept going for a few more bars.
Aí o Calian agora. O Kaique também, a gente falou pouco, mas teve uma boa carga.
Sim.
Né? Teve uma boa carga.
É que ele estava do lado do estrela daquele evento, né? Então ele ficou um pouco ofuscado, né? Mas o Kaique levantou bem.
E a bateria dele teve, por exemplo, nessa bateria, eu acho que a carga mais alta que a gente vai ter é a dele. Só que a bateria dele tinha o Jack Farlow e o Guilherme.
And with Guy just going, I mean, I cannot be anywhere else than curious about what Branislav's going to do.
Essa pessoa tá ali na raia 2.
Keys to this one are get on the board early. Most of the men have been excellent with this. Make sure you hit something you're confident with in round one. Cool, calm, calculated. Have a plan, especially in these later heats. You know the tie breaks that you need to beat at the weights you're going to go for, and execute when it's your turn to lift.
Branislav Alenkovic making his first individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. Last year he was 18th with Team Strong for Life. Pardon me, that was in 2022. So he has been here at TYR Wodapalooza in the past on the team.
Yeah, he was over in Dubai. He actually made a gentleman's agreement with Griffin Raleigh there to go kilo for kilo on the Olympic total that they had. Here, I don't know if he's going to be so kind. If he feels good, I will not be surprised if he goes for 310 in his second window.
310 for Guimayeros, 140 kilos. So Alenkovic is going to open up at 275. It's going to be Kalian Souza, Colton Mertens, and James Sprague in front. They'll go first, and it's Hapalainen, Alenkovic, and Spencer Panchik to follow them. There's James Sprague opening up at 245.
And it's a big event for James Sprague. We know that the top end strength is something that he's been working on, so making sure to maximize his performance here and set him up for the stuff that he's great at, that's going to come later on.
Mertens gets through 255, knocks out an overhead squat. Looks like Kalian Souza is good at 260.
Yeah, and Mertens had said in a YouTube video recently that 275 to 285 was in the cards for this complex. The difference between those two could be massive on the leaderboard, though.
Opening round now for Hapalainen, Alenkovic, and Panchik.
Henrik Hapalainen had a top 10 finish here last time he competed. Spencer Panchik 2 years ago had a top 10 finish here, beating both of his brothers, so both of them with good experience in the past at Wodapalooza.
Spencer Panchik, the only man of those three to not do any overhead squats, and 275 was no problem for Branislav Alenkovic. We'll see if he tries to go after Guimayeros at 310. Meanwhile, Souza, Mertens, and Sprague getting set for their second and final lifts. And Souza has the heaviest barbell right now of those three at 280 pounds.
Souza, one of 4 Brazilians in the field. We got Gui Domingues, Guimayeros, Keiki Cerveni, and Souza. He's the last to lift here. 20-pound jumps for both him and Sprague in this interval.
James Sprague's going to kick it off. He's through the first part. He's going to reset. Souza hits his snatch at 280, and Mertens is under 265. Now for the hang portion for both of those athletes as Sprague steps back up to the barbell.
And it's a smaller jump for Mertens, but he makes good on it. We talked about the competition experience with Hatfield. Mertens a lot more of that, so probably very intentional that he only lifted 265 here.
And James Sprague does get through on the right side of your screen in the white shirt.
And that's huge for him. I spoke to him yesterday about this event, and he said if he hit 265, he would be ecstatic, and you can see exactly that.
Bronislaw Olenkowicz, this would put him in second place if he hits this, is Heinrich Happelainen on the left side to 265, Spencer Pancic at 270. Pancic has gotten through, as is Happelainen. Now the hang for Olenkowicz. And not able to hit it.
And that's actually huge because 275, he only did one overhead squat. We've got lifts at 285, 280, and 4 other guys who have done 275. Big point implications here for Braun.
Braun's got to hit this, and remember, it has to be done inside the 45-second window. And he doesn't have enough time, and maybe he just did not understand that. A lot of events like this that we see, as long as you have it off the ground before the buzzer goes, you're good, but not here at TYR Wodapalooza. It has got to be done inside that 45-second window. A costly mistake for Bronislaw Olenkowicz. He'll have to settle for 275.
Yeah, and I mean, either way, 300 pounds is such a big number that getting under that load multiple times in a 45-second window might not be that realistic anyway.
Braun was able to hit the snatch. He missed the hang and just did not have enough time to make another attempt. But let's take a look back at his first attempt at 275.
Yeah, and we had mentioned this one looked super easy. He's patient, he's calm, great positions here, but he only went for that singular overhead squat. That will put him behind several other men who did many more reps than that in previous heats.
Kalyan Souza at 280, an impressive effort for him.
Yeah, Kalyan Souza made a breakthrough to the games this year, flying out of South America. He was in Dubai. He had some pretty impressive performances there. And for a big guy with a long wingspan, very fast under the bar and a big lift at 280.
And able to get a couple overhead squats for good measure.
Yeah, I think that'll be 1 rep short of Farlow from the previous heat, but as always, check competition corner later on today for the official scoring.
People starting to pack Tina Hills here at Bayfront Park. The opening day of 2024 TYR Wodapalooza. Glad you're with us, everybody, as we are in the first event, the first of 5 events for the individuals here over these next 2 days. It's double or nothing, 7th and final heat on the stage at Tina Hills.
And you said big weights, but this heat we got big names. 5 of the 6 men of this heat have podiumed at the CrossFit Games before. Keys to this one are to get on the board in that first round. Almost everyone has been successful with that. And then cool, calm, and calculated. These guys have all the information in front of them. They know the weights others have hit. They know the tie break reps. Their coaches have probably communicated that to them. Have a plan and hit it, and then see what you can do in round number 2.
Ricky Garrard will be in lane number 5, coming in as your defending TYR Wodapalooza champion.
Yeah, and looming in the background there, the man he dethroned. Prior to that, Vellner had won 3 times, but Ricky has to be the guy to beat. He stood atop the podium 12 months ago.
Quant, Krennikov, and Garrard will lift first here in this group, and it's going to be Fikowski, Vellner, and Nick Matthew.
And there is Roman Krennikov. He's coming off of a competition win in Dubai a month ago. It's pretty rare for athletes to win 2 competitions between the big 3 in the offseason. Roman will be trying to do that over the next 2 days.
He had a great showing at TYR Wodapalooza last year, did Roman Krennikov. He was 2nd as an individual and also 2nd on team. As the first round is underway, Sam Quant hit 245. Krennikov's good at 265 on the first part of the complex. And Garrard at 260 now on the hang.
And look at how fast Quant is moving there on the left. I think he's going to try to get another lift in this interval. Quant does have his hands on the barbell in lane 1. Still lifting in the first window.
There's Nick Matthew opening up at 265 in his signature crop top.
Yeah, Nick Matthew having 2 great seasons this the past 2 years. Become a regular at these style competitions.
Fikowski on the left at 275 is good. Vellner gets through with 1 overhead squat at 260, and Nick Matthew safe at 265 as well. Top lift still belongs to Guy Majeros at 310 pounds.
Yeah, Fikowski, one of the men in this field that does have a 300-pound competition snatch. He did it at the CrossFit Games a few years back in dramatic fashion.
Well, Roman Krennikov in the black there in the middle of your screen, I think he missed his hang on his opening attempt, so he's keeping the weight at 265. He will not go up here.
Wow, and with the density of athletes that we've seen hit 275, 280 already, even if he does hit this at 265, that's going to be some costly points.
He is able to get through. Ricky Garrard also good at 275. And Sam Quant, left side of your screen, he'll wind up with a score of 265 plus however many overhead squats he can amass here in the rest of this 45-second window.
I'm not sure that Ricky did any overhead squats, and with all the other athletes that did 275, I don't really understand that decision.
Quant continuing to work here. Now round 2 for Fikowski, Vellner, and Matthew. Fikowski 285, Vellner and Matthew at 275, and Vellner misses his opening snatch.
And Fikowski, if he's able to stand this up, that is guaranteed third place. Now it comes down to the overhead squats.
Nick Matthews stepped off the platform. He got a no rep, so both he and Vellner have got to redo this lift. Vellner just missing again. Fikowski onto his overhead squats at 285.
And that it was 285 plus 4, which will tie Jack Rosema for second in the event.
Vellner and Matthew both get the hang portion done. Huge for them as they sneak in inside the buzzer at 275.
And some of the competition favorites coming in, I think Vellner and Garrard are going to take a tie on that one, 275, without no tie-break reps.
Well, Brent Fikowski got through 285 and some overhead squats. He should be in the top 5 in this event. But this was big for Nick Matthew. He had to hit this.
Yeah, the pressure was on here at the end of this interval for Nick Matthew. Stayed poised, got under it, stood it up, and he did go for an overhead squat. And that one rep, I think, will give him the edge over both Vellner and Garrard in that heat.
Meanwhile, Brent Fikowski, he was clean at 285.
Yeah, and very focused. You'll see it here. After he hits the 285, he stays with it because he knew about those reps. I guarantee you he knew about those reps from Rosema. He hit 4, and that'll put him tied for second, only behind Guimajeros.
It's Guimajeros, no shocker, 310, the only man to go above 300 pounds to win the event. Let's send it down to Tommy Marquez at Tina Hills.
Thanks, Sean. Guy, 100 points to start the weekend, but we spoke just a second ago. You said you didn't really practice this event. How did you ultimately settle on the jumps that you were going to make?
I didn't. So it happens all the time since 2017. Everyone saw that. I didn't know how much was in the bar, so I just was putting the plates, and it happened. So today, I was about to start with 275. That was the plan. I didn't know that people would lift more than that. So I started with 285 to already win overall into my heat. And then I felt very light. So I was like, okay, 295. But 295 is almost 305, so 305 is almost 310. So I just saw the little plates, and I was like, getting there. That's right. So 310 was, I don't know, because I felt very light on the 285. And that was it. It wasn't beautiful, but it was functional. It worked out.
I think we have different ways of doing math and defining beautiful there, but you were one of the only athletes to pump up the crowd beforehand. This is a unique setting. What about this setting makes it special for you as a lifter?
They are here to see this for the show, so I gotta give them what they want. So they want the show and they want to cheer. They want to see a show. They paid to be here. So I'm like, okay, let's give it a show. So be part of it, and having them here and like cheering and all the yellings and everything, just pumps me up, and I just give them what they want, and it's crazy because it feels the bar feels really light when they're cheering.
Well, you put on one heck of a show, Guy. Thanks and best of luck.
Thank you guys. See you.
295 is almost 305. 305 is almost 310. So just throw more on there and do 310.
Yeah, no
science.
No surprise that he won the event, but 310 pounds to that complex did surprise me. Well done, Guimajeros. Impresses once again.
First event for the individuals is in the books. It's Guy Mayero's 310 pounds, locks up 100 points. As TYR Wodapalooza continues, stay with us, everybody. More action to come here from Bayfront Park in Miami.
I'm obsessed with squeezing a little bit more out of me.
I'm obsessed with taking really good care of me.
I'm obsessed with wanting to be the best.
There are a lot of potential paths to greatness.
It starts with the hard work.
A relentless commitment to self-awareness.
An obsession with forward progress.
Anyone has what it takes to be the best.
Only the best. Obsess.
What does it mean when people say America is a land of opportunity?
It means the power to discover.
To redefine yourself.
To improve yourself.
To challenge yourself.
To realize there's more in you
than you ever knew
that you could do.
It means giving people an open field to explore what they do best.
With the best tools.
The best training.
The best technology in the world.
We bring out the best in the people who serve.
So you can be all you can be.
competition floor. 13-minute time cap, about 4 minutes until we start. Athletes be ready.
Em 4 minutos, então, começaremos aqui a prova Cortadito. TYR Wodapalooza, Miami, com narração em inglês, espanhol e português. Então, salve pra galera aí de língua portuguesa.
Latinoamérica, Latinoamérica, eso es lo que queríamos ver aquí en Miami, que se note, que se note. Ahora veremos si viene un poquito de sol, un poquito de calor. Pero de momento, primer día, TYR Wodapalooza. Shower just to make sure everybody is nice and awake. Coming in at 1:30 in the afternoon here, day number 1. As we are going to get started with Cortadito, powered by TYR. The LatAm Cup, 7 different competitions all the way across the South American continent. Athletes, 2 minutes. They started off in June and made it all the way to December. From Brazil to Guatemala, Argentina, Colombia, you name it, Mexico, they were there. Bronco, tell me about it.
LatAm Cup, então, uma competição dentro do Wodapalooza para os melhores da América Latina. Foram 8 competições do México ao Brasil e eles estão aqui pelo primeiro título do LatAm Cup.
90 seconds, athletes. 90 segundos.
The 2024 TYR Wodapalooza is underway here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. A couple of drizzles on the lens. Nonetheless, people are here. The athletes are ready. This is going to be their second of 3 events of the day on Thursday afternoon. I'm Lauren Khalil. We have Brian Friend also on the headset next to me, and we're going to see the LatAm men kick off for the second event of the day.
Yeah, this will be the pattern throughout the first 2 days of competition, with the LatAm divisions kicking things off and then the elite men and women following up.
And because of that rain and the weather today, we had some changes to the workout, but we're going to have some dips, some barbells, and the athletes are going to have to advance through these movements for 210 total reps with a time cap of 13 minutes.
Yeah, weather being the factor, so they made a few changes to the workout. We'll see that play out on the competition floor. Agustin Raquelme here in lane number 5, probably the most well-known of the athletes who've qualified for this division. He's been competing twice at the CrossFit Games before. I expect this to be a pretty good workout for him.
And right now we have 8 total men for the LatAm Cup here that will be competing. We will just have 1 heat for the men, and then we will move to the LatAm women. As they first move through the workout, we will start with parallel bar dips.
3, 2, 1, go!
First look at Flagler stage here, and the athletes will have to turn and face the crowd. And the change here has been that instead of traversing on the bar with the wet conditions, it'll just be dips. They've increased the reps here to 30, 20, 10.
Certainly good for TYR Wodapalooza to inquire about the safety of the athletes. You can see that it is raining out there, so they're just going to go through the dips and then move to the barbell. We have Vidal in first right now. 29 of those 30 reps.
Hate to see what you're seeing there with Agustin Raquelme holding the pack there, cycling through some dips pretty fast, and then getting no rep back on the parallel bars. So
And right now we have almost all of the athletes moving to the deadlifts. Then they will advance back to the parallel bar dips. They'll move through 30 reps here.
The stagger on the barbells will be accounted for in the transitions. Once the athletes finish the 30, they'll run back to their chest piece to tag it before entering into round number 2.
And we have Gallegos. He moved into second place, right behind Vidal, and then Goldbaum in third.
Representing the
Yeah, it's kind of a two-part workout, so you got this 30, 20, 10 out the gates with the dips and the deadlifts, and then they'll transition to 2 totally different movements in the second half.
So looking at the top of your screen, the way that the scoring hat is going to work, it's going to show you how many reps of the accumulative reps of the specific movement are on. And of course, the leader will be in first in that blue, and then the second, third, fourth, and fifth place in the white. Goldbaum moving into second position as he moves through the parallel bar dips. Almost accumulated 20 of those reps.
Yeah, Isaiah Vidal is the man out in front. He was 18th at the North American West semifinal last year. One of the most accomplished athletes in the field as far as the 2023 game season goes, who made it into the LatAm Cup.
And Vidal, he was in the black. You could see him kind of trip over as he moves through his chest piece. Then he will go back to the bar to continue onto the parallel bar dips, and that is going to be his third and final round before he moves into part 2 of the workout.
13 minutos de time cap.
He goes in second. He is making it through the final deadlifts before he goes back to the parallel bar dips. Goldbaum still sitting in third. And Vidal is now through 120 reps as he makes it through the front squats and bar facing burpees. That is the second part of this workout.
Yeah, so the change there, again, just kind of taking away some of the dynamic gymnastics movements, making sure that athletes are safe out there on the competition floor.
Stolben in the center of your screen right now, he's still making it through the deadlifts. As the athletes accumulate 210 total reps of the workout. Again, after the deadlifts, they will go right into the front squats. The reps 15, 10, 5, and then bar facing burpees 13, 20, 10.
If you missed the coverage of the opening event earlier today on Tina Hills with the snatch, this LatAm Cup was something you had to earn your way into based on a variety of different competitions throughout the year in South and Latin America. So all these guys have had performances already this year that were good enough to get them on this stage.
And this is also a new division. This is the first time that we've ever seen this division at TYR Wodapalooza, a competition that is known to have several different divisions, being extremely inclusive, and just another way that they can continue to provide other opportunities for athletes in their 12th year of the competition.
Yeah, the partnership with LatAm Live has really just amplified the relationship between Wodapalooza and the Latin American community. They did have qualifiers through some of these competitions into the elite division this year. The evolution of it is this specific division for these athletes who've qualified through those competitions.
Now, most of the athletes have made it through to those bar-facing burpees after they do their front squats at 185 pounds. You'll be able to see them advance between each movement as they make it towards their chest piece, and that's how you will know when they can go on to their next round of the event.
They were moving forward for a 20 and then moving forward one more time for 10. Final set being 10 reps.
Isaiah Vidal had gotten out to the start early, and it seems like he's maintained that lead so far. You see in the middle of the floor with the all black, continuing to chip away at the burpees.
And then it looked as if Augustine Riquelme was holding his shoulder as he ran all the way to the end of the screen on the left. Not on your screen anymore. We'll check back into that in just a bit as most of these athletes make it through that first set of 30 bar-facing burpees and then make it back to the front squats.
All right, so Zayas on that second set of 10.
Vidal with the pain face on, and he's getting towards the back half of this workout. And the reps on these front squats are they're 15, 10, 5. It's just in that rep range that's so tempting. Yeah, you might want to drop it, but you also are telling yourself there's no reason to.
No, it's just going to take more time to clean the bar back up, and you'll see as some of these athletes take it a little bit slow on the first set of bar-facing burpees and then pick up speed as they progress.
São 165 libras.
And again, the time cap for this one is 13 minutes. That's how long athletes will have it to make through the entire workout. Again, a two-part. They've already made it through the parallel bar dips and deadlifts. Now they are on the front squats and bar-facing burpees. You can see Vidal is still in the lead. He is 7 out of his 20 burpees. And then he'll still have to make it through 5 front squats and 10 bar-facing burpees to complete the workout.
The Wodapalooza 2024. Bronco is excited.
Yeah, Smallkey here had a couple withdrawals earlier prior to the competition, actually. And it seems like the order has remained relatively the same, with Gallegos and Goldbaum being in that second and third spot.
Yeah, they keep swapping every now and then, but they are in lane 7 is Gallegos. Goldbaum, he's going to be in lane 10 out on the floor of 1 out of 1 LatAm men.
And there it is, there's that halfway mark, the Ecuador, the halfway.
These athletes are chipping away again, 210 total reps. Vidal out of 5. He is making his way through the front squats, and then we'll have 10 bar-facing burpees before he can finish this workout.
He's at a commanding lead from the beginning on this one, and 5 front squats makes light work of that as he heads back to the deck for his last 10 reps.
Goldbaum in second, Gallegos in third, Trios in fourth, just a couple reps behind. He's making it through 28 of his 30 bar-facing burpees before he moves back to the front squats.
Actually, met Alejandro Trios yesterday, qualified through the Fitland Fitness Festival. He's the youngest athlete in the field at 22 years old. And studying chemistry.
Smart and fit. Leader is on your left. That is Vidal in lane 9, and then in second place on the right of your screen, the tan shorts. Vidal has won 7:37 with a time cap of 13 minutes. He didn't even need half the time.
And you saw him jog to the finish there. I do believe the workout actually does not require a sprint to the finish, again, for safety reasons with the slippery conditions, particularly in a tight stage, not wanting the athletes to race into the barricades there for the stands. But these athletes compete so often, and they're used to that, so don't be surprised if they all kind of just do that out of instinct anyway.
Goldbaum, 6 out of the 10 bar-facing burpees here to finish up the workout. Gallegos just making it to his bar-facing burpees. 9 reps left. Goldbaum finish 8:14.
So he did end up chipping away back at Gallegos and rolled on Goldbaum. We saw him compete last year on a team in the elite division, so no stranger to Wodapalooza.
Gallegos in fourth place rather, and he has 10 out of his 20 bar-facing burpees. Still has to make it through another set of front squats and burpees. Gallegos finished 8:37. About a minute behind our first place finisher, Vidal. Overall time of 7:31. A couple athletes still on the floor here making it through that final set of bar-facing burpees.
Putting one of the heaviest weights on.
We're second to last set of bar-facing burpees. They're in the round of 20. They still have to make it through 5 front squats and then 10 additional bar-facing burpees.
Stolban there, great lift this morning, 275 on the complex. Comes into the leader on the back of that lift.
Alejandro Trios, one of the top
just a couple reps left as he finishes. Trios 10 burpees left, and he's picking up the pace now so he can get across the finish line.
And as you said, time cap probably not going to be an issue here, so everyone should have a chance to finish. They had these contingency workouts ready to go. The weather, of course, is something you never want to see, but great on Wodapalooza for having an alternative option that can keep the athletes safe.
And communicating it quickly with the athletes as well. Trios finishing with a time of 9:47. Again, nowhere near that time cap of 13 minutes. We have just about 3 minutes remaining.
Seguimos então com 2 atletas. Na raia 8 nós temos
3 athletes here still on the floor.
Na raia de número 12 nós temos Luiz.
Primo making it through that set of bar-facing burpees.
This is Luis Cacacho. Luis qualified through the Greatness Fit Fest competition earlier this year, representing Guatemala.
Now he's going to go forward his burpees, and then he will finish under that time cap. 2 reps left until he is done.
Going to be going on to his final set of front squats. Lane number 12.
3 left.
Luis Cagacho making his way through.
Taking a break there.
Heading out of Guatemala.
I've been there.
We've all been there. I normally lay down and take a nap. He does cross the finish line. Cachecho's 11:01. We all know what that feels like.
Vinicius Stolben, as you mentioned, the heaviest on the snatch complex, or the last man working on the second workout of 3 today for the LatAm men.
Finishing up his final set of bar-facing burpees before he crosses the finish line. Judge's hand is in the air. Less than 5 reps to go. Picking up speed, 2 reps to go. Plenty of time, 11:33. Primo crossing the finish line, and that's going to be it for the LatAm men. Only 1 heat for this one out at Flagler. Quintito, second event of the day. We will take a look at the Women LatAm Cup coming up next. Again, just 1 heat, and they will take the floor in just a few minutes.
What does it mean when people say America is a land of opportunity?
It means the power to discover,
To redefine yourself.
To improve yourself.
to challenge yourself.
To realize there's more in you
Than you ever knew
that you could do.
It means giving people an open field to explore what they do best.
With the best tools,
the best training.
The best technology in the world.
We bring out the best in the people who serve.
So you can be
All you can be.
Bueno, sabrosura y ritmito. 2 minutes.
2 minutos. Esse é o TYR Wodapalooza. Estamos fazendo o LatAm Cup. Estou aqui saudando então todos os brasileiros e falantes de língua portuguesa. Cadê a galera que fala português? Tá aí? Boa!
Hasta abajo así soy yo, Yankee Pasta me inspiró. Bajo fuerte como Ron, falda con mi pantalón bailando reggaetón. No se lo voy a negar, si la mujer pide, pues yo le voy a dar. Y si el pueblo pide, no se lo voy a negar, se lo voy a negar. Si la mujer pide, pues yo le voy a dar. Y si el pueblo pide, no se lo voy a negar. Si la mujer pide.
Event 2 for the LatAm women at TYR Wodapalooza at Bayfront. We have now moved to Flagler. I'm Lauren Khalil alongside Brian Friend. 2 out of 3 events of Thursday to kick off the event.
Absolutely. We saw the heavy lifting on Tina Hills this morning. They've moved to the center stage here at Flagler for the remainder of the day. LatAm men done, LatAm women up next.
Paulina Haro, Brian, 190 pounds for the complex.
Yeah, she's a young athlete out of Mexico. She's known for her Olympic lifting prowess, and she put on a show this morning, 190, taking the event win by 10 pounds over Fernanda Dado.
But now we're taking a look at Cortadillo. Some changes due to weather. Athletes will be tackling the barbell dips. No traverse due to some of the rain out there, followed by deadlifts, then moving on to front squats and bar-facing burpees. We just have one heat for the LatAm women out here today.
Yeah, the changes were made this morning. The athletes were briefed accordingly. With weather being in the area, the competition directors decided to make the change regardless. It so far has proved to be a good decision as the rain continues to sprinkle down. So rather than what we saw on the screen, we're going to see a 30-20-10 of bar dip and deadlift to start, followed by a 15-10-5 front squat and a 30-20-10 bar facing burpee.
210 total reps that these athletes will have to make it through. There's a 13-minute time cap, but what we saw from the LatAm men, 7:31 was the fastest time, and not a single athlete needed that much time to make it through this workout. I'm sure a similar story for the women as they start with parallel bar dips.
Parallel bar dips, seguidos de deadlifts.
10 women in the field here. All of them have earned their way in through various qualifiers throughout Latin America and South America.
These athletes, they do not need to go unbroken on the dips. They can come down, shake it out, get back up there. After they finish the dips, they then will have to go run to their chest piece and then come back to the barbell. Or excuse me, they will go right to the barbell, and then after the deadlifts, they will go to the chest piece before they start round number 2.
Alright, so it looks like we got Mexico over here.
Our lane 7 leader right now is Mariana Meza, making it through that set of 30 deadlifts.
26 years old out of Mexico, made her way through here through the Black Challenge competition. Mexico hosts nearly 2,000 athletes itself when they put it on, so winning the elite division there, placing high enough to get this invite, quite impressive.
Going back and forth with Ana Martinez, also on your screen, moving back to set number 2. Now she will go through 20 of the parallel bar dips. And set 2 of 3 of this first part of the workout.
Liderando então a mexicana Mariana Meza, seguida de Emily, cadê a torcida de Emily?
And as athletes make it through this part, they will have 120 total reps between the parallel bar dips and the deadlifts. 210 reps through the entire workout, so a little more than halfway as they make it through this first part of the event.
Meza out to a nice lead here. A little close battle behind them with, I believe, Andrade and Martinez. Pretty close on reps on the parallel bars.
Coming down, shaking it out. Those parallel bar dips, Brian, they accumulate 50 total reps.
60 total reps. 30, 20, 10. And I think that unless that's something that you're exceptionally good at, there's no need to go for massive sets there. Small sets, calculated breaks can certainly pay off. It's the first half of the 2-part workout, and you can make up some time on those burpees on the back half.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to blow up early on those, knowing that that's just halfway through this event. As you can see a couple athletes coming down, shaking it out, calculated reps. Martinez making it through her deadlifts.
This is Emily Andrade in the pink shirt. Martinez 2 lanes down to the left in the gray sports bra. Emily Andrade being out of Brazil. She was one of the 2 Brazilians we mentioned earlier today who had a great showing at semifinal. She was 6th place there. Donna Copa Surf and Dado who placed 5th.
And already into the front squats.
Yeah, that's Mariana.
Will be our leader.
She's had the lead from the opening get-go, much like Isaiah Vidal on the LatAm men's side. Pulled ahead early and has stayed ahead up to this point.
Taking the lead and continuing with the lead, she'll make through 15 front squats here before then she heads into 30 bar-facing burpees. The only athlete on the front squats thus far.
Yeah, they'll make that transition, that little nuance of change is gymnastics barbell, but in the second half it's big barbell gymnastics. So you got to go straight from those last deadlifts into those 15 front squats.
So where are you going to push it in the workout? The beginning, the end, or all of it?
Well, it's a nice position for Meza here. It's one heat. She's got that commanding lead right now, so she can be conservative on the set of 30 burpees and kind of keep an eye on the field. And if no one makes a move, she might be able to coast into an event win.
And that's a great thing about a format like this, when you have a field like Flagler where you can have just one heat of the entire field, you can really set your pace, which is going to put you in a good position for the rest of the weekend. Our leader is on the right. Second place is in the second, and that is Andrade.
Andrade plays 15 burpees behind Meza here, so comfortable lead for Meza, and we'll keep an eye to see how close behind the pack he is to Andrade.
Oh, but she got a no rep there. Has to do her burpee again from that side before she goes back over. But Meza still has a pretty strong lead ahead of her with those bar-facing burpees. After she makes it through the 30 here, she will move back to the barbell for 10 front squats. 2 out of 3 sets, 125 pounds on the barbell for these ladies.
It's low enough reps and weight that even if you feel like putting it down, we talked about it on the men's side, it's hard to justify doing it.
And you can take a look now at our scoring hat. The leader, we're actually not going to take a look at that. We're just going to keep bringing you guys along. Meza is still in first. She is our overall leader with Andrade in second. She is going to be right there on your screen in the middle in the hot pink shirt, still going through that set of 30 burpees, and she got a no rep again on the burpees, has to go back to the other side to redo it.
And in the background there we see Sasha Nieves and Fernanda Dotto, who are still both working on the dips. I think Dotto may finally have just finished those up. We talked about how 60 dips is no joke, and a couple of the athletes spending quite a bit of time back there.
And Meza here, she's in her second set of those 10 front squats. Brian, we were talking about a rep scheme of 15, 10, 5 at 125 pounds. So you're going to feel like you want to drop it, but you probably shouldn't if you want to get a good lead here.
No, and you see her put the pain face on there, but she's committed to it, gets the 10 reps done, and again, she has this little lead that she's built for herself. I'm sure she has an eye on Andrade over there and knows that as long as she maintains a steady pace on the burpees, this event should be hers.
Yep, and no other women in sight right now. We have a couple athletes that are in that set of 30 bar-facing burpees, but quite a hefty lead that we're seeing from Meza, similar to what we saw in the heat before with Vidal.
Yeah, hard to tell. I think that Ana Martinez is leading the pack as far as the third place race is concerned, so Mariana Meza way up front. Andrade is seemingly second, and I believe Ana Martinez currently third.
So these athletes will make it through the 15, 10, 5 front squats, then 30, 20, 10 bar-facing burpees, all under a 13-minute time cap. They will not need to sprint to the finish due to safety. You can tell that it is still wet out there at Bayfront Park. Nonetheless, we do have spectators out here starting day one cheering on these athletes, which is great, especially as we have a new division out here, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's oftentimes at least one day at Wodapalooza that it rains, but usually it's not a deterrent to the fans. People who decide to come down here,
doesn't matter.
They know what this competition is, and they want to see these athletes throw down.
We would love to have sunshine in Miami, but at least we have good fitness going on in front of us. We do have Andrade. She's making it through those bar-facing burpees still. A couple more athletes in the front squats. Meza here on your screen as she makes it through her final set of front squats. Just 5 reps left, and then she will complete 10 bar-facing burpees to finish Ortiz Diaz.
And there you're seeing the white Sasha Nieves head. Did make her way through the dips. Eventually she got 15 front squats done, and she'll start in on a burpee. So all of the athletes have made their way to the second half of this workout.
200 in total reps for the second workout. Just 5 reps left for Meza as she completes event 2 of the day. Nobody is in her peripheral vision right now to finish anywhere near her time, as she has crossed now the finish line, finished that workout, all 210 reps. The winner for the LatAm women, Mariana Meza.
Yeah, Meza was
smile on her face.
She was the leader early, and as we thought, when she got to those burpees with the lead she had, she didn't need to necessarily accelerate to the finish line. It was just a matter of staying steady and earning a nice event win there. This morning on the lifting event, she was towards the top of the pack as well, a 3rd place finish, so she's likely going to be the overall leader after this one.
And then in lane 10, Martinez, she pulls ahead, and it looks like she will take that 2nd place finish with 1 bar facing burpee less, and she has finished her 2nd place winner for the Women's LatAm Cup.
And we had thought that Andrade kind of had that 2nd place position locked up, and Martinez was leading everyone else. It turns out that the front squat slowed Andrade down a little bit, allowing Martinez to accelerate and take 2nd place overall. Martinez, one of the more accomplished competitors in the field with some great team experience, but she was 8th on the lift this morning. I expect her to continue to climb up the leaderboard over the next several events.
And Andrade with just 1 bar facing burpee left. She picked up a lot of speed there. She will take your 3rd place overall for the LatAm Women's Cup. Again, just 1 heat for these ladies.
That'll be a 5th and 3rd for her, so a pretty good start to the competition for Andrade as well.
A couple more burpees as these athletes finish well under the 13-minute time cap. Oh, there's another no rep on a burpee.
The right side of the screen here, I believe that's Ali Voss who's coming in. Voss has had a 6th place finish this morning, so that's 6th and 4th through the first 2 events for Voss.
And right next to her, looks like she's going into her final set of front squats there on your screen. A couple of our athletes, 1 round left as they finish the 2nd event of the day. Cortadillo out in Flagler. Oh, and we're going to have a race here, Brian, for these final bar-facing burpees. Just 10 left. Who can do it? Oh, we had a belt malfunction, had to fix her barbell, giving her competitor a window to make it through. Just 3-4 reps left. 3 bar-facing burpees.
I think Vera Valdez is going to get a couple reps ahead of Mary Jose Vargas here.
Edges her out. Valdez. Sometimes with that weightlifting belt, if you can't get it out of the way fast enough, it becomes more of a nuisance. We have a couple athletes still out on the floor making it through their bar-facing burpees. But in a workout like this, I didn't really expect to see a race with so many reps for these athletes to get through.
Fernanda Dotto in the black shirt there, grinding through some burpees. Sasha Nieves on the screen here, working through her front squat. She was the last one to get off of the parallel bars and into the 2nd portion of Cortadillo.
One front squat left, and then she will advance to her, I believe, final set of 10 bar-facing burpees before she can cross the finish line. You see a couple of competitors there cheering her on. Dodo there with the black shirt. She's just got 3 more bar-facing burpees. Some of her competitors telling her, come on, you're almost there. We just had another athlete cross the finish line, Martinez, I believe. As Dodo finishes up these last set of front squats before she can cross the finish line. Again, just 1 heat left of the LatAm women as Dodo finishes up those bar-facing burpees. Almost done here. And we hit that 13-minute time cap.
to all LatAm women athletes out here
So
on the
Mariana
competition
Meza,
floor.
incredible performance, kind of replicating what we saw from Isaiah Vidal in the LatAm men's heat. Both of them taking an early lead and holding on to it. Ana Martinez with the come from behind pass of Emily Andrade to take second for the women there in LatAm.
Second event of the day, Portadillo at Flagler. These athletes will have one event remains to close out Thursday. But we're going to go back. Meza, like you said, Brian, started out as our leader and finished strong as the leader. Nobody in her sights for most of this workout.
Yeah, with a couple of the changes that were made due to the weather, those parallel bar dips factoring in big time. Meza showing some great proficiency there, staying steady on the front squats and the burpees, and coasting into an event win here on Cortadito.
Not a bad way to be halfway through the first day of TYR Wodapalooza out here at Bayfront Park. Oh, yes! Hands in the air.
It's not often that you get an event win on Flagler stage, so great job for Mariana Meza. Their well-earned celebration.
Not a bad way. We will have the elite women coming up next. Again, just 2 heats for them. We will have 2 heats for the elite women. We will see them shortly.
It's okay to want to be strong. It's okay to want to have it all. Recover faster, go further. Diametize ISO 100. Because settling is unsettling.
I'm obsessed with squeezing a little bit more out of me.
I'm obsessed with taking really good care of me.
I'm obsessed with wanting to be the best.
There are a lot of potential paths to greatness.
It starts with the hard work.
A relentless commitment to self-awareness.
And session with forward progress.
Anyone has what it takes to be the best.
Only the best. Obsessed.
Athletes, 2 minutes. And we are going to be welcoming on our elite women onto the competition floor here at Flagler. Cortadito powered by TYR.
Event number 2 for the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza. Portadillo out on Flagler. I'm Lauren Khalil. We have Tommy Marquez alongside me, and Brian Friend is now on the floor for the elite women's second event of the day. They first lifted heavy, and now they are using some barbells and getting a little gymnastics out there, Tommy.
Yeah, there's a few things to keep in mind. First and foremost, like, you got to respect the dip here. This is a very unusual format for the dips for most of these athletes, especially given the width of those parallel bars. And then smart breaks early. You know, we've had some adjustments to this this test based on the weather, so maybe take a break here or there to help gauge before stomping the gas in the back end.
And when you think of 60 total dips, that's a lot over the entire workout, and we saw that kind of bite some athletes when they didn't break them up early, so we're definitely going to be paying attention to that. But some athletes that we're watching in this heat, Allie Weiss and Freya Moosberger.
Yeah, some athletes that have some high-level competitive experience. You know, Freya Moosberger, a games athlete just a couple years ago, missed qualifying, trying to fight her way back into those upper echelons after the lifting test that maybe wasn't her best this morning, an opportunity to boost herself up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and she's also made some changes to her training camp and program. She's now a training think tank athlete. One athlete that we will be watching As these athletes make it through 2 different parts of Cortadillo, they will first tackle 120 total reps between the parallel bar dips and deadlifts at 125 pounds. These look smooth for Moosburger.
Yeah, we're seeing just a small kit from some of these athletes, something to pay attention to across the entirety of this test. When these first showed up at the games a couple years ago, Elizabeth elevated, a lot of athletes, as they got tired, kind of negated the dip portion and weren't using that kit to help elevate themselves and get lockout. So look for some athletes like you see on the left side of your screen, Teal and the long pants. Really efficient kit, could save some of the lockout position which you'll need towards the end.
Yeah, and as these athletes move through 30 parallel bar dips, then they will advance to 30 deadlifts. There's Allie Weiss on your screen, another athlete that we are going to be paying attention to in Cortadillo.
Yeah, out of that CrossFit Invictus group from San Diego, a well-storied program, an affiliate cup champions this past year. They're making some moves over to the individual side. Anytime you see some of these young athletes that have team experience in the next logical step is making a push for individual.
And it looks like nearly all the athletes have now advanced through the deadlifts. This is just one of 3 rounds that they will make it through the parallel bar dips and deadlifts, then touch their chest piece and make their way back to the dips.
Change our athletes were briefed this morning. The rep schemes 30, 20, and 10.
A little unusual technique here. Elizabeth Lishart really leaning into the forward part of that dip there. Not really using any hips whatsoever, almost kind of negating her momentum with the way her knees are moving. But you know what? Doesn't always have to be pretty, especially if she's moving that quickly through this movement.
Just got the work done, and she is your current leader. Now she has advanced to her set of 20 deadlifts. Again, athletes will make it through 120 total reps between the dips and deadlifts before they advance to front squats and bar-facing burpees. That's almost half the work just in the front part of the workout.
24 lanes of competition.
Wishart again there on your screen as your leader. Just 4 reps left before she makes it back to the dips.
And this deadlift really isn't much for these elite athletes. It's really putting the onus on intensity for this section because most of these athletes can rip through these deadlifts in their sleep. So really trying to make quick work of it, not spend too much time at this movement, rifle through these and get to the next section.
We also saw Moosburger on your screen as she was making it through her final set of deadlifts. She makes her way back to dips. Allie Weiss making it through her second set of dips already from the back.
Yeah, that's right. Last 10 repetitions, and then they're going to go into front squats and bar-facing burpees.
Wishart just 3 reps left on the deadlift.
Lane number 10, your number 1 out there at the moment.
As your current leader of the first elite heat of women.
Speaking to some of these athletes early on around how this test evolved, you know, a lot of them were really focused on upper body pushing with, you know, the triceps and shoulders for the dips, and then some of the pulling that was going to test the grip a little bit, but now with the hang clean top into a deadlift, just switches it up slightly, so gonna adjust what type of athletes are going to succeed here, particularly with some of the athletes that maybe would have preferred that deadlift.
And Wishart is your only athlete that's on the second part of this workout on the front squats. Rep scheme is 15, 10, 5. Again, 125 pounds on the bar, followed by 30, 20, 10 on the bar facing burpees. Something that we saw in earlier heats is early leaders tended to be the eventual winners. So I'm curious to see how that plays out with the elite women.
Well, one aspect that also changed too was the skill component. Originally we had bar muscle-ups with fatigue can really stop you in your tracks. At this point, with a relatively moderate front squat for these athletes, and then bar-facing burpees, all of these athletes have proven their drop in general capacity to where they can suffer these bar-facing burpees. If you can get a decent enough lead here, there's not much skill-wise that's really going to stand in your way.
Certainly no reason for Wishart to need to move very fast through the burpees quite yet, as nobody is in her peripheral vision just yet.
And in lane number 6, also Jessica Anderson is your top 3 so far, but it can change, it can
And it looks like to the end of your screen, we do have a couple other athletes on the front squats. possibly in lanes 19 and 20, Katie Gaming and Gabrielle Spence. But we're back to our leader, Wishart, still making it through that set of 30 bar-facing burpees here.
Working on her first set of burpees over the bar. As we cross over that
it seems like, especially in that early LatAm heat, most of the athletes kind of fall into a similar rhythm as far as these bar-facing burpees. You're not really going to speed up too much until you get to that final set when maybe you're emptying the tank. You're really just kind of grinding through this first set of 50 in the round of 30 and 20.
Right to the right of her in the teal top, that's going to be Rose Scott. She is also making it through her set of bar-facing burpees here. And then right next to her, I believe Rhea Moosbrugger is also in her set of bar-facing burpees.
We're seeing a couple different techniques, primarily for these athletes because the rules are a little bit different getting over the bar. You're seeing that step up out of the bottom of the burpee, allows them to almost do a gather step for the jump and right over. Something that most athletes that are watching from home are quite familiar with, and that usually is a sign of fatigue.
It also helps you with breathing to eliminate another jump, Tommy. If you can step down, step in, or at least step in before you do another jump over the bar.
Look, I'm 6'3". I'll take anything I can get as far as getting myself up off of the ground. It's not an easy task.
I will go head-to-head with you with bar-facing burpees any day at 5'1", 6'3", you said? Yeah. We'll do that. Wishart still here in the lead with just 2 reps left. And then right next to her, Rose Scott with a set of 5 bar-facing burpees left before both ladies move into their front squats.
Down in lane number 14. Looking to catch up with those leading ladies.
Kruger, you can see to the right of the screen, and the hot pink sneaker sticking out. She's still making it through those set of burpees as well.
Moises down in lane number 18, working on round number 2 front squats. 5 down and 5 to go for Moises in lane number 18.
And on your screen right now, that's going to be Gabrielle Spence in the blue, making it through her set of bar-facing burpees.
I like the pace that she's got here. She's not standing up all the way. There's no requirement to stand fully up, so she's kind of keeping her center of gravity a little bit lower to the bar, a little bit faster cadence. Like I said, it doesn't need to be pretty. Just get yourself up over the bar. Another example of a much faster pace compared to your leader. If this is something that holds, we could see a leadership change.
That would be for the first time after 2 heats, both the men and women of the LatAm Cup. We haven't seen a shift on the top of the leader, so it will be interesting if you can see it in the first of 2 women heats. Again, there is a time cap of 13 minutes here. Again, rep scheme is 15-10-5 for the front squats, 30-20-10 for the bar-facing burpees, accumulating 210 total reps.
4 burpees remaining in that second round of 20.
Andrea Moises on your screen right now. She is in lane number 18 from Talon CrossFit.
5 final front squats. Down to lane number 18, that final round. 2 remaining.
2 remaining of the final round of front squats here.
Moist is part of a growing international contingent here. The competition, hoping to make some headway on the individual side and maybe set themselves up nicely for the rest of the season.
As we approach that 9-minute mark, eyes out for
her finishing up on that, I believe it's her last set of bar-facing burpees here, picking up some speed. We were just talking about a shift in our leader, and we might see it here.
Can she hang on to that lead?
She's got just a couple reps left, and again, they don't need a sprint finish. She is our winner of the Elite Women Heat number 1. Portadillo on Flagler, Andrea Moises.
Yeah, Andrea Moises out of Estonia. This is her first appearance at Wodapalooza. She was able to go to semifinals last year, 34th in Europe. A lot of times you see athletes, they finally break through on the CrossFit Games season, and then they decide, all right, let me parlay that into some out-of-season competition at some big ones like Wodapalooza, trying to build that base as far as elite competition is concerned.
Another athlete in lane 7, Julia Hannaford, looks like she just crossed the finish line. Doing phenomenal in the first event of the day, double or nothing.
Yeah.
Snatch.
You know, Hannaford got the win, and that thanks to the tiebreaker for the overhead squats. I had a chance to speak with her afterwards in the athlete area, in the back, and you know, she's just here to get experience. She said her main thing is to really learn from some of the other elite athletes, and maybe it might go the other way depending on how she's doing so far.
Well, when you look at an event like TYR Wodapalooza, I mean, think about last year we saw Paige Powers. That was really her first time that we saw her in a competitive environment just move on up to the top of the leaderboard. That this is a great opportunity for athletes to dip their toe in against the competitive field of these other elites.
No doubt, and Hannaford, this is her first appearance at Wodapalooza in the elite divisions, and you know, she was 8th at Oceania. She's not far off as far as qualifying for the games is concerned. So, you know, she's with that big contingent that's working with Royce Dunn right now as their coach in the back. And, you know, there's a tight-knit group of Oceania women right now that are all collectively trying to make some waves here in Miami.
Several other athletes have crossed the finish line under that 13-minute time cap. Rose Scott with the arm up in the air. You know when you're just so sore, Tommy, after a workout that your limbs are everywhere.
I think that's the international sign for bar-facing burpees.
Oh, and then in lane number 1, Nina Rokovic crosses the finish line. CrossFit.
Nina also had a strong performance in that first event with the lift double or nothing. She hit both of her lifts from the opening heat too, so she didn't have the advantage of seeing everyone else game it. You know, talking to her team back there, she's doing pretty good to start the weekend.
These athletes will wrap up. Most, I think, are in their final set of front squats and bar-facing burpees. Portadillo out here and Flagler. 210 total reps for their second workout of the day. More athletes crossing the finish line there. Lane number 10, Elizabeth Wishart, I'm sorry, that was lane number 19, Katie Canning, just crosses the finish line. Leah Miller all the way to the top of your screen in the blue shirt.
Emily Rethwell that just crossed as well. Another one of the Invictus athletes coming out of San Diego.
Leah Miller looks like she will make it to her final set of those 10 bar-facing burpees. Hopefully get them in under the time cap. Best hair in the game, though, Tommy.
Oh yeah, training out of the she's out of that cowboy weight contingent.
She's training with Sean Sweeney.
Under Sean Sweeney, yep, out in Nevada. Had some flight troubles on the way out, but when I spoke to her before, she seemed pretty calm and excited to improve upon what was a 20th finish at North America West semifinals and continue to stack some bricks.
And she did cross the finish line under that 13-minute time cap. Second event of the day. Yeah, everybody knows how that feels.
Got a good seat today. It's
so
Thursday.
relatable.
But you want to make sure you got a good seat all weekend long.
Event 2 of the day, Cortadillo on Flagler. This is heat 1 of 2 for the elite women, and then we will advance to 2 heats for the elite men.
I usually stretch like twice a day. Whatever I stretch is usually what
People
I
filling
do
in out on Flagler. We have heat 2 coming up next. They will reorganize the barbells, and we will see another group of elite women take the field.
Stretch or what I did, and then it just gives me a guide what to do.
day of competition continues here at Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida at TYR Wodapalooza as we have moved into Flagler in the shadows of downtown Miami. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Tommy Marquez. We have Brian Friend down on the competition floor. Second of two heats for the elite women is up next in Cortadito.
Starting off in lane number
and a few things to keep in mind here, Sean, even with the adjustments to this test.
Lane number 3, Burgess Bjornsson.
You see those parallel bars out on the floor. It's a little bit of a new implement for a lot of these athletes, so you really want to respect the dip in this portion of it. Make sure you don't burn out. Utilize a healthy hip. Save the shoulders a little bit, especially for the second section. And then smart breaks early. You see a few athletes crash and burn in that second half of these two couplets, so save a little bit of the tank.
Lane number 13.
According to the fans on the Heat 1 app, Ariel Lowen,
lane number 15,
the favorite to win this.
Lane number 16,
I like it, Sean. I like it. You know, Ariel Lowen, the first time we saw these types of dips at the games, she was the winner of Elizabeth Elevated. So fans back home doing a little bit of their homework.
20 women out on the floor here trying to chase down Danielle Voices as top marks. Heat 1 still waiting on that. Danielle Brandon, a late add to this competition. This is the third time she's qualified for TYR Wodapalooza, but the first time that she's competed, she was through the other two times when she was here, both 2022 and 2020.
Danielle, one of the top athletes in the sport, a perennial top 10 athlete at the games. Tremendous with the gymnastics component, really rounding out her games in the last few years.
Tell us on who you lane number 20, Lexi Neely, Grace Wall.
10 seconds.
Sydney Wells, Fisa Gaffi out there in the pink top. There's Danny Spiegel.
3, 2, 1, go! All right, Joe, here we go. Heat number 2, your ladies. 30, 20, 10.
We're going to start
those parallel bar dips,
parallel
deadlifts, 125
then
pounds
into 30
for the ladies. Right into that couplet, 15 and 10 and 5 front squats.
Yeah, so originally they were going to have to break up this first set of dips into different sections. So you'll have to traverse the bar, do a set of dips, traverse it back, another set of dips, traverse it again, finish the dips. Thanks to the weather now, you're just going to see in place, knock out these dips. You don't necessarily get that break when you're spending time reversing. So a little bit more onus on figuring out what exact rep range is going to work for you.
There we have
it. It is Ariel Lowen who is out front on the deadlifts. In the middle of your screen in that black weightlifting belt and blue top. See Rebecca Fuselier. The bottom of your screen is more women working to the barbell for the first time here for 30 deadlifts. When they complete this set, they have to go and touch their chest piece, and then they move back to the parallel bars. It's like Olivia Kerstetter in lane 7 is the only one of two athletes who's still on the parallel bars. And also in lane 18, Grace Walton still in that portion. Here comes Olivia Kerstetter in the gray top, moving to the barbell. And Ariel Lowen is the first woman back to the parallel bars.
Uncomfortable position for some of these athletes. I was back in the warm-up area watching them play with the parallel bars because the width of them, the set width, is a lot wider than most of them are used to. The women in particular were having a little bit more difficult time in terms of dealing with the width of the parallel bars relative to the men just because of the positioning where their shoulders are.
Barbell won't be a problem for Olivia Kerstetter. A chance to make up some ground here. Now just about the entire field back to her second set. Parallel bar dips, 20 reps in each of the weights of Kerstetter is done. Lowen, meanwhile, is on to her second round of deadlifts. She is blowing the field away here. Rebecca Biddison, I believe, was in second place behind her. As Lowen is still the only woman, I think, on her second set on deadlifts. The official time for each athlete is being kept on the floor by the judge. And something to keep in mind here because of the restrictions in space, there is no race to the finish. When you complete your final rep, that's when time is called. Now you do have to get to your finish, Matt, to just eliminate the chaos on the floor.
And that's one of the aspects that has been adjusted this season with TYR Wodapalooza working with the PFAA to increase athlete safety, better work with them to figure out floor guidelines, what's necessary, what's not, in order to hold a safe and legit competition, and that's one of them.
Ariel Lowen knocked out her final set of 10 bar dips, and now she's onto the barbell for the deadlifts for the final time. When she completes this, she will move right into her front squats. A set of 15, then a set of 10, and then a set of 5. And in between those sets are 30, 20, 10 bar-facing burpees. Lowen followed by Karatala, Sanahuya, Magawa, Brandon, and Stanley, your top 5. Trying to chase down Andra Moises' top time, and we're still awaiting that official result from Heat 1.
And a lot of fans back home are feeling pretty pumped that they picked Ariel Lowen right now. She is cruising. We've mentioned how good she was at Elizabeth Elevated, had no problem with the dips, and right now you're starting to get into the meat of this workout with those 30 bar-facing burpees. And, you know, Ariel has been so good at refining her game to build this gas tank for the later parts of these tests. Great example of that, semifinals, when she got to that bar-facing burpee box jump over, race with Alex Gazan, and that's just one aspect of her game that she's really elevated.
Elena Karatala Sanahuya is still in second place, trying to hold off Gabby Magawa, who's starting to put a little pressure on her. Danielle Brandon is also towards the top. Taking a look at Karatala Sanahuya.
Rebecca Binnison here is an athlete that's coming off a rookie appearance at the games. She barely made it to semifinals. She's one of those bubble athletes coming out of quarters, but she caught fire in the back half of the Europe semifinal, had her best performance of the weekend in the final event, leapfrogged a ton of athletes, and really was kind of one of the surprise stories coming out of Europe.
Rebecca 25th at the games last year in her rookie performance, making her first appearance here at Wodapalooza as an individual.
And she's no stranger to competition. She's competed at a high level at the games. She's on one of the few teams that qualified in 2020 for the shortened season with Butcher's Lab. She's well versed in competition overseas in Europe and some of those off-season competitions over there.
Ariel Lowen continues to lead her. She's through 23 of the 30 bar-facing burpees on this opening set. Then it's back to the barbell for 10 more front squats. Center, who's still towards the back. She's still on the deadlift, so she has yet to finish up the first portion of the event. She's in the upper left-hand part of your screen there towards the back. You take a look at Ariel Lowen.
Ariel really kind of stepping into the upper echelon of athletes coming off the podium finish at the games. You know, a year ago, there was a little uncertainty around, hey, what's the next step for her? How's she going to elevate her game? A strong performance in Miami was really a setup for a strong performance throughout the season, and we've just seen her continue to grow as an athlete over the last few years.
Emma Carey's starting to creep up as well in lane 13, so we'll keep an eye on her.
And it was at this point last year for Emma Carey, we started to see a new kind of tool in her toolkit. She was used to coming out hot early and then getting reeled in by some of the more experienced athletes. We spoke to her at Wodapalooza last season. She said, I want to start a little bit slower and really start to build as we come into the later parts of these longer, more grueling tests like this one. And I think this is, as you mentioned, an opportunity to keep an eye on her to see how she's able to execute that.
So Ariel Lowen, she is towards the upper right-hand part of your screen. She is now on her second set of bar-facing burpees. There's Emma Carey. We know how quickly she can do some burpees. She came back last year after injury at TYR Wodapalooza, had a really great finish. Finished third on the podium. It was really a confidence builder for her. And here she is trying to improve on that performance in 2024.
And this right here, the bar-facing burpees, the kind of grunt work, just put your head down and suffer. This is the stuff that Emma really excelled on, even at an early age when she made the jump to the individual competition from the teens. Her kind of coming out party alongside Mal O'Brien was the second open workout in 2021 with that dumbbell snatch and the burpee box jump overs. Very similar style test.
Gabby Magawa, who's in the bottom left-hand part of your screen in the long black pants, she and Emma Carey on the right side, fighting for second place behind Ariel Lowen, who right now is, I believe, is on her final set of bar-facing burpees. So Lowen looking to smash the competition here in the second heat. And that's big for her because Lowen was on the outside of the top 10 looking in when it came to the overall standings Ariel Lowen is in. She's 21st after events number 1. There's only 5 events.
Yeah, that puts a heavy emphasis on every single event, and with the lift not being one of her best.
And that is it for Ariel Lowen. 8:07 unofficially for her. Looks to lock up 100 points and move herself up the overall standings, heading into the 3rd and final event of the day. Later on this evening, as Gabby McGowan is trying to come up with a top 5 finish here. Again, Andra Moises, was the winner of heat number 1, as Emma Carey has now come across at 8:33. But Gabby McGowan trying to lock up 3rd place in the heat. And remember, she does not need to get across the finish line. Lane 2, Rebecca Fuselier, bottom of your screen, she's done, and it's just out of habit that they cross the finish line. So it will be determined by who finished their final rep first, not who got across the finish line first.
And it looked like Fuselier got done with her final rep and was over the bar before McGowan. A tremendous push in that final set of burpees to overtake it for 3rd in the heat.
Official time being kept on the floor by the judges. Unofficially, Ariel Lowen is your winner of heat number 2, but we have yet to get Andra Moises' top time from heat 1, but odds are Ariel Lowen beat that, as Rebecca Vidison just came across the finish line. "13-minute time cap here, 2nd and final heat for the elite women. After this, we'll transition over to the men's side of the competition. It looks like Emily Rolfe just came across. It's Carolyn Stanley, who is in.
Carolyn coming off her rookie appearance at the games. She finished 27th. Competed at Wodapalooza in the past. She was 25th back in 2022.
About 2.5 minutes to go here before we hit that 13-minute time cap. Stacey Laram is across the finish line. Saw her finish up at the bottom of your screen. Abigail Domit, she just finished on the right side.
And that position tells you everything about where Olivia is in this test so far. Really trying to grind her way back from the early struggles with that dip there, but the tough part about that is that same muscle group getting out of the bottom of that burpees is what you just fried on those dips.
Tilda Garnes is getting set to finish up as well. Inside 2 minutes to go before we hit that 13-minute time cap. Danny Spiegel got across the finish line. Kerstetter, this looks to be her final set of front squats. 5 here and then 10 final bar-facing burpees for her, as Garnes is still grinding away on her bar-facing burpees. Now Garnes is in, and Kerstetter is the only woman still working on the floor.
Olivia was the Rookie of the Year at the games this season, finishing 16th as the 3rd consecutive year we saw a teenage athlete forego the team competition and choose to opt up as an individual.
Kerstetter is done. She doesn't need to cross the finish line to trip her time. Again, it's being kept by the judge, but all 20 women in the 2nd and final heat get in inside the 13-minute time cap. Ariel Lowen does it the quickest, unofficially right around 8 minutes 7 seconds, and looks to lock up the event win. Again, big for her, a very valuable 100 points as she came in 21st place overall. Lowen was the pick by the fans, and that was a good pick.
No doubt. She came out with a healthy lead coming off the first portion of bar dips and deadlifts. By the time she got to those front squats, there was no one in her rear view. Ariel Lowen, a tremendous athlete coming off a podium finish. Proving everybody right. A bunch of people are pounding their chests at home as they watch this on their screen saying, see, look at that. I got one. Tremendous performance from Ariel Lowen.
Ariel Lowen looking at the event win. Going wire to wire, and she is with Brian Friend.
Parallel bar dips and aerial Lowen have become synonymous in competition. Was this something that you expected coming out here?
My goal was to go out hot because I do love dips, and it kind of worked out well. I was waiting to blow up, but it never happened.
I gotta love that. When we have the weather and we have the changes, how do you approach that from a mental aspect, adjusting any game plans or getting ready for an event that maybe you weren't expecting?
I love it because I never practice events. So when they changed it, I was like, good, we're all in the same boat. Let's all do it the first time together here on the floor.
And we had that lift earlier today, 175 pounds plus one overhead squat. How do you feel about the performance this morning?
The lift was actually horrible. I've never missed a lift before in a competition setting, so it was something I need to work on. But I took a risk. It did not pay off, but I took a risk.
Well, great rebound, great performance here. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Brian.
Ariel Lowen, your Heat 2 winner, unofficially your event winner, and picking up 100 points as she came in 21st place overall because of that risk that she took in event number 1. Women are done. Men coming up next as our coverage from the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza continues here from Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. TYR Wodapalooza rolls on here on the opening day of competition from Bayfront Park in Miami, Florida. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Brian Friend is out on the competition floor. The women are done. The elite men up next, first of 3 heats in Cortadito. Tommy, keys to this event.
Well, you're going to have to respect the dip here, Sean, especially with this implement on the parallel bars. Make sure you take some smart breaks as well early to save yourself, particularly in the back half when we have a little bit of interference with some of that upper body pressing motion and as this workout starts to wear heavy.
Lane number 10, Alexander Caron, that is where he will be working.
Yeah, Caron, a former individual podium athlete here at Wodapalooza just a few years ago. But you know what? He had to withdraw last year at the West semifinal, and part of it was due to a pec injury. He wasn't able to do the dip portion on the rings at semifinals, so something to keep an eye on as he's worked himself back from an injury where that's going to be featured heavily in this test.
Third individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. Last year he was in 8th place. Tanner Balaz in lane 12, another guy here who could have some success here in this event.
Yeah, hoping to kind of rebound from an event like the snatch that wasn't his best. He's an individual, or sorry, mostly an individual rookie. He competed at the team games with training Think Tank, so something to keep an eye on as a smaller athlete who can perform well.
Finished 22nd with training Think Tank at the games in 2023 on their team. First individual appearance here at Wodapalooza. Competed on a team here as well. We open up with the 30 parallel bar dips and then 30 deads. 185 pounds on the barbell, so that will not be a problem for any of these units. A lot of it's going to be, like you said, how they manage this work on this opening portion. Now Balaz onto the deadlifts, and then Arturo Torres at the bottom of your screen in the black shorts, ripping through those deadlifts. And there is Balaz, who's been to semifinals as an individual before. 30 reps here, then back to the parallel bars for 20.
Balaz getting a few no reps. Looked like maybe he was bouncing the bar just a little bit, going a little bit too fast trying to get through those deadlifts.
Arturo Torres is now back onto the parallel bars ahead of Balaz. And Evan Rogers in the gray shirt onto the dips as well. And here comes Jacob Hart, left side of your screen. Nikita Yundov is also onto his second set. Opening heat, first of 3 heats here for the men as Balaz is now done. Back to the barbell for 20 deadlifts as Arturo Torres continues to lead in this opening heat. And Balaz has now moved into second place behind Torres. Torres to his final set of parallel bar dips. And then he'll complete 10 final deadlifts before getting into the second portion of this event, front squats and bar-facing burpees. And if you're just joining us, this event has changed from the way it was originally written because of the weather and Wodapalooza's desire to keep the athletes as safe as possible.
Yes, originally it was supposed to be those dips with a traverse in between each set. Those dips were divided into 3. And then the deadlift was actually a hang clean, and then obviously on the back side of it, we had bar muscle-ups that were pulled out and swapped in favor of some front squats.
Torres 33rd place overall after event number 1. There's Jacob Hart in lane 5 working through his bar dips, and now Arturo Torres getting right to work on the front squats. He'll complete 15 and then 30 bar-facing burpees. He's the first man onto the front squats. Tanner Balaz looks to be the second man onto that portion of the event.
So far, Torres moving fairly well through this. We see a couple athletes get out in front and get reeled in just a little bit, especially if you're rifling through those dips and the deadlifts. It's pretty easy to toe the red line just a little bit as you're rifling through those reps and maybe not taking a second to breathe and kind of gather yourself.
There's Tanner Balaz right now, second place in the heat, flanked by Drake Lewis on the left of your screen and Nikita Yundov on the right. Arturo Torres onto his first set of bar-facing burpees in this final couplet. Got a no rep there.
Torres has got a pretty sizable lead over the rest of the field. Still have a few athletes finishing up on the dips in that first portion.
We have 3 other men who are on the front squats. Balaz is one of them, and now more men getting into that portion as both Drake Lewis and Nikita Yundov have the barbell in the front rack. This is Lucas Uz in the black, left side of your screen now, who has moved into second place behind Arturo Torres.
Hughes out of CrossFit Ghana, the French team that Was one of the surprise podium finishers at the Affiliate Cup just a couple of years ago.
Also his first individual appearance here at Wodapalooza in 2022 at TYR Wodapalooza. He was 13th with the French Go Wad team. And as you mentioned, Cross Ghana, 3rd in 2021 at the games, and then followed that up with an 18th place performance in 2023, the next time they made it to Madison, Wisconsin. Torres continues to lead on his bar-facing burpees here.
He had about an 8 to 9 rep lead over the second place athlete before they even got to the bar there. In a test like this, that is a significant chunk, especially as fatigue starts to set in.
Torres is done, and now he'll move back to the barbell. 10 front squats for him. You take a look at Lucas Hughes from France. 10 reps now for Torres on the front squats.
Impressive cadence from Torres right now, looking super comfortable underneath those front squats.
He is the only man on his second set here. This is his first individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. He was at the North America West semifinal last year, finished 46th overall.
Going from one of the early heats at semifinals into a pretty stout competitive Wodapalooza field is a nice piece of growth for Arturo. And now leading his heat on the first day of competition. Be great to set the time to beat for some of these athletes, especially knowing who's coming in the heat behind him, with some of those big names of the sport going to be chasing.
Lucas Uza is in the upper right-hand part of your screen in the all-black. He's going through his final, or first, I should say, set of burpees here. I think he's in the final stages of that, as is Tanner Balaz next to him. So those two men trying to creep up on Arturo Torres, who is on to his second of 3 sets here of bar-facing burpees. He has 20 reps to complete in this set. The majority of the work in this event is in the front half, but it's the back half that is giving people the most trouble. 210 total reps, and 120 of them are on the first couple. 7 minutes now gone by unofficially. Official time being kept on the floor by the judges as Torres is on to his final set of front squats. 5 reps here. He is on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. The men fighting for second place are on the upper right. All black now, just getting into his front squats is Lucas Uza. And Uza's done with his set of 5, so Uza's really starting to put some pressure on Arturo Torres, and I think someone on the floor alerted Torres because he has picked up his pace here on these bar-facing burpees. They have 10 reps, and it's when you complete your final rep is when time is tripped. So Uza now has 2 to go, and he may have caught Torres. Final rep for Uza, and he's done. So Lucas Uza with a huge charge at the end to take the lead from Arturo Torres. Gets across in about 7 minutes, 49 seconds unofficially, as Torres is done at 7:54. So we'll call it 7:49 for Uza, 7:54 for Torres, but that is unofficial.
That's a great eye, Sean. That comeback started in the set before that. He started to pick up his pace on the last set of 10 in the round of 20 for the bar-facing burpees, and he really stomped the gas in that final set to look like an almost insurmountable lead for Torres going into the final round.
This is William Bennett now. And Jacob Hart is now done in the white shirt. Tanner Balaz, who is towards the front early, top of your screen in the all black. He fell off the lead pace, but still has a chance for a top 5 finish here in this heat. Plenty of time remaining here.
Tanner taking some really big rest breaks standing up from the burpee. I mean, this is one of those ones that most people tell you, like, hey, even when you're tired, you can at least get down to the ground. And he just conceded 3rd place in this heat to Will Bennett.
Connor Volts is now done. Lucas Uza is your heat winner, unofficially around 7:49 to edge out Arturo Torres, as Evan Rogers is now finished.
And Drake Lewis snuck in there as well. He crossed the finish line just a little bit before Rogers.
Eight minutes, 29 seconds. That's the winning time. The clock on your screen obviously is not accurate. So 8 minutes to it's 30 seconds off. So 8:29 for Lucas Uza. So now about 2.5 minutes to go. That's Yeme Dominguez you just saw. There's Balaz, who's started to pick up the pace as he's towards the end of his effort. And Joshua Hong coming across, and now Balaz is in.
It would look like a promising start for Tanner. Ultimately resulted in maybe him getting a little too close to that red line early on.
So Guillermo Dominguez come across as well. Which leaves, I believe that's Martin Fieferlich as the last man on the floor. About 90 seconds before we hit the time cap. Again, the clock in the upper left-hand part of your screen is 30 seconds behind the official time. So Lucas Uza, his top time, 8 minutes, 29 seconds. Fieferlich is done. First heat is down. And it's the man from France, Lucas Uza, with your top time at 8 minutes, 29 seconds with 2 heats remaining. And Arturo Torres led for about 95% of this event. But it was Uza who was able to make up a ton of ground on the final set of front squats and bar-facing burpees.
Vive la France! Vive la France!
And Uza, really the comeback started in the round of 20 bar-facing burpees as Torres started to slow. Uza really fast through those set of front squats. And, you know, most of these athletes save just a little bit in the tank for that final push on the set of 10. I mean, his fastest set of burpees was his last, and it came at an opportune time when Torres slowed down, allowed him to make a huge push into the top spot overall, and right now set the time to beat heading into the second heat.
1 heat down, 2 heats remain. 8 minutes, 29 seconds is your top time. Heat 2 coming up next as coverage continues from TYR Wodapalooza. beautiful downtown Miami in the iconic Bayfront Park here as our coverage of 2024 TYR Wodapalooza continues, and we are glad you are with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Brian Friend is down there at Flagler as we are in the second of 5 events for the elite individuals, second of 3 heats for the men here in Cortadito.
And we made some adjustments to this test. We're now doing 30, 20, 10 for the parallel bar dips, and the deadlifts have now been added to the mix instead of hang cleans, and then both movements got swapped on the backside. We're doing front squats and bar facing burpees instead of bar muscle ups and shoulder to overhead. So an adjustment to ensure the safety of these athletes and account for some inclement weather here in Miami.
So with that being said, what are the keys to success here?
You know, I still think some of the keys are similar to as they were before. You got to respect the dip, a slightly different implement with these strict bar dips. You want to save a little bit of it in the tank and take some smart breaks early, because in the previous heat we saw both of the leaders coming out of the first section. Neither was able to hold on to the lead overall and get reeled in. So maybe a couple smart breaks early can set you up nicely in the end.
So lane 11 is Sam Cornway, who was 3rd at TYR Wodapalooza in 2022.
And this is his 4th time competing here, really trying to find his footing as an individual. Went team with Mayhem, won, now back to the individual side, trying to build some strong performances.
Returned to the games in 2023 as an individual, took 22nd that year. 8 minutes, 29 seconds unofficially. That's your top time from Lucas Uza in heat number 1. And we begin with the 30 bar dips before we go to the 30 deadlifts.
And Sam's one of those guys, you talk to everyone in his camp, they're just waiting for that top 10 type performance from him at the games.
Cornway and lane 11 will be coming into view here in just a second. Now on the right side of your screen, ripping through those reps. There's Guy Magueros on the left side of your screen, who's coming off that event win earlier today in double or nothing. That hit a 310-pound squat snatch and hang snatch to demolish that event. It's his 7th max lift event win in his career.
Yeah, no one in the sport has as an accomplished list of performances in the heavy lifts as Guy does, and he didn't even really know what his numbers were going to be coming in. He just kind of felt it out and ripped 310 pounds.
The 30 deads to complete here before it's back to the parallel bars for 20 more reps. That's Harry Lightfoot in lane number 7.
Harry's a rookie here at Wodapalooza, coming off what was really his best performance as an individual during the game season. Kind of showed up in quarterfinals, finished 16th in a really stout Europe, and then went on to finish 28th at semifinals. He's one of those athletes that's just going to benefit from more competition experience at an elite level.
He has been on a team here at TYR Wodapalooza. He was 33rd with AOD X-Boys with Feelings in 2023. That's one of the best things about the team competition here is all the names that they throw at you.
It's really just, hey, how clever can you be? Maybe slap a sponsor in there and go have some fun.
That's Antonius Makaronis in lane number 14, who's on his 2nd set of deads. After each set of deadlifts, they will return to the chest piece and then head back for the parallel bar dips. The exception, as you take a look at CJ Gerald, is after their final set of deadlifts when they're allowed to go right into the next portion of the event. That's the 15 front squats.
Makaronis, we saw a second ago, had a strong performance to open the day. One of the handful of athletes that got north of that 275 lift barrier.
Makaronis is your leader right now in the heat. He's on his final set of 10 deadlifts. Austin Hatfield, with no shirt on in the black shorts, he sits in 2nd place in this heat. Makaronis now going right into his front squats. 15 reps here and then 30 bar facing burpees, 185 pounds on the barbell. 2nd of 3 heats here for the elite men, and the 2nd of 3 events that they will face today, and then 2 events tomorrow to close out the individual competition.
Going through the front squats, we got 15, 10, and 5, but we got 30.
C.J. Gerald down in lane number 5 is creeping up and has moved into second place behind Antonius Macaronis. As we approach the 4-minute mark here, 13-minute time cap, 8:29. That's your top time from Lucas Uza in heat number 1.
You could see the difference in cadence between C.J. Gerald and Macaronis. Gerald already looks like he moved into the top spot, just so much smoother, more comfortable in that front squat.
C.J. Gerald is now your leader in the second of 3 heats. It's his first individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. He was also on a team last year at TYR Wodapalooza when he took 9th with the 3 Wizards. Also a semifinalist from last year. He took 21st at the North America West semifinal.
Part of that Underdogs crew, based out of Las Vegas under Justin Kotler.
Won the Desert City Classic last year as well. And Gerald is your leader on his first set of bar-facing burpees in the second couplet, the front squats and the bar-facing burpees. Antonius Macaronis on the bottom left of your screen, who is your leader going into this portion of the event, now sits in second place. He's at a Dark Ace CrossFit in Greece. Awesome Hatfield in the middle of that massive humanity there, in the black shorts and no shirt. He was towards the front as well. This is his first individual appearance at TYR Wodapalooza, coming off that win at Crash Crucible.
He was an athlete that showed up big time in the Open, was 11th worldwide in the Open, and this couplet, the second part of the couplet, front squats, burpees, feels more like that classic CrossFit type stuff that you'll see show up in the Open. So Hatfield, someone to keep an eye on in the second portion to maybe make a push.
Austin Hatfield is fighting for the lead here. So Hatfield is back onto the barbell, ahead of C.J. Gerald.
On your left, that's not him. Scratch that, that's my mistake.
Top 2 men on the screen, it was Austin Hatfield and C.J. Gerald. Hatfield is a guy who was just on the outside looking in when it came to qualifying for the games. He was 13th at the North American East semifinal.
Usually that's the range for someone, you know, just a few spots, 3 to 5 spots outside of qualifying that you see maybe show up at a place like Wodapalooza, push for a podium spot, and use that to catapult yourself into the next level. Seen it from athletes in the past. Tim Paulson's one that came to mind. Strong performance at Wodapalooza, the impetus for him to finally get through at the high level.
Past the 7-minute mark, the best time we've seen, 8:29. Just take a look at Hima Hieros. Austin Hatfield looking to take this heat and get past Lucas Uza's time of 8:29. Hatfield comes in 23rd place overall.
I mean, he is rifling through these. That is,
and he's got a chance here, a really good chance to set the time to beat. He only has now 2 reps remaining. So Austin Hatfield is going to take heat 2 right around 8 minutes to set the top mark going into the 3rd and final heat, as C.J. Gerald looks to be the next man to finish.
He's almost a full round ahead of everyone. You could see by the finish, and even having a little energy to let out a roar there. He was hardly bothered by that.
Well, Harry Lightfoot is in. He just barreled across the finish line. So Lightfoot will be the second man to finish in this heat. And there's Jack Rosema.
It's another good finish from Rosema. Had one of the top lifts in double or nothing. Hit that 285.
And now Gerald coming across. Now, we were told that they did not need to race to the finish to end their time, but these guys are moving like they do.
Yeah, so their time would technically stop once the last rep is done. However, I think, you know, just for the visual aspect, you can see who's done by running to the finish.
Trevon Benton also came across the finish line. Luke Parker now done. We'll have to wait on the official time from Austin Hatfield, but it was right around 8 minutes, and that will be the best mark going into the third and final heat. Now, Guimayeros, who already has 100 points under his belt after winning event number 1 with that 310-pound lift, is getting set to finish up.
These are one of the tests you want to see Guy show some improvement on and do well, because he's strong, he's super skilled, but the kind of mark has always been how much does he want to suffer in some of these type of tests.
And a storyline to pay attention to throughout this individual competition is the two guys that kept him out of the games are here competing with him here at TYR Wodapalooza.
Kai and Kalian both here competing at Wodapalooza as individuals, so the top 3 men out of South America, all hailing from Brazil, are here going head-to-head once again.
Francis Pelletier is now across the bottom of your screen is Kevin Jers in a gray shirt. That's Juan Ignacio Forzini. Jers is in. Forzini was his first individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. Was second at the Argentina Throwdown. And Flagler's already packed, and it's Thursday afternoon.
Yeah, usually you see the crowd start to fill in as we get closer to the weekend, but we've got a good group of people showing up early, maybe make a full vacation week out of it. Come show some support for these top athletes throwing down here at TYR Wodapalooza.
Austin Hatfield right now, who has your top time right around 8 minutes, as he was able to track down CJ Gerald and then left everybody in his dust.
Yeah, he didn't just track him down. He finished a full round ahead of him, and Hatfield looked super smooth throughout the front squats and really turned on the jets with a strong cadence on the bar-facing burpees. And I mean, he even had a little bit of energy left over for a celebration there at the finish line, and a tremendous performance from Hatfield.
We bring out the best in the people who serve.
So you can be all.
2 heats down. Final heat for the elite men in Cortadito here at the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza is up next. We are set for the third and final heat of Event 2 on the opening day of the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza. Thanks for staying with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Tommy Marquez. Brian Friend is out there on the competition floor at Flagler. Event number 2, Cortadito, and this one has changed from the way it was originally constructed.
Yeah, originally we were going to have some of these parallel bar dips with some traverses added in, some hang cleans, and on the backside we were going to do some bar muscle-ups and shoulder to overhead. We've swapped those movements out because of the rain and to increase athlete safety.
Keys to success here in Cortadito.
Well, the one skill component here now is those parallel bar dips, so you got to respect them. Use an efficient kip, save some of those shoulders and arms for later on, and then maybe take a little bit of a smart break early. We've seen some athletes crash and burn on the back half and get reeled in by some athletes who were smarter early on.
Pat Vellner is the pick by the fans to win this event. Vellner comes in 13th place overall after double or nothing earlier today.
You saw that he was first in Elizabeth elevated at the games when the parallel bars there. Former gymnast, he's as familiar with that implement as anyone on this field.
Well, Colton Mertens, he's in lane 7. He's another guy that has a chance to really put up some valuable points in this event. 18th place overall coming in.
And Mertens is someone to really keep an eye on the back half of this competition. Obviously, I think he'll be one of the early leaders in this, but this second portion of the front squats and bar facing burpees, it's almost custom made for him.
30 reps to begin here, then it's on to the 30 deadlifts. Mertens with his second individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. There is Ricky Garrard, your defending TYR Wodapalooza champion, through his 30 dips, and now on to the barbell ahead of the rest of the field. Nick Matthew is there as well. Here comes Heinrich Happelainen. Roman Krennikov is right beside him. As Ricky Garrard, your early leader here in this third and final heat. Austin Hatfield has your top time right around 8 minutes from heat number 2.
I spoke with Ricky after the first event. There was a huge weight off of his shoulders, quite literally, because he obviously had the shoulder injury that kept him out of the season last year, and the heavy snatch and overhead squat was something that was a little iffy in the back of his mind as far as trying to get back and get that healthy to be able to put up big numbers.
So Mertens and now Pat Vellner going through that first set of 30. Final rep here for Ricky Garrard. He'll go to his chest piece and then turn back around and start his set of 20.
In fact, he told me that he was so excited to get that last lift, he forgot to do the overhead squats. That was an unintentional thing. He set it down and said, oh, to his judge, I forgot something, didn't I?
Mertens is now in the lead as he got back to the parallel bars before Garrard did. Jack Farlow left side getting back to the parallel bars as now Garrard and Mertens get to the barbell at the same time. Nick Matthew in the middle of your screen has 5 reps remaining. Heinrich Happelainen on his final rep on the left side. And those two will join Garrard and Mertens on the set of 20 deadlifts.
Well, this Garrard and Mertens matchup is shaping up to be a good finish because obviously I mentioned that I think this back portion is good for Colton. Ricky, one of those athletes that can really just shut it off and suffer things like bar facing burpees at a very high level.
Colton Mertens is looking very composed as he is into his final set of 10, starting to put some distance between himself and Garrard. Garrard's third individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza. Of course, your defending champion. And also 7th in 2023 with Zeus and the Dogs in the team competition. Mertens onto his final couple of deadlifts, and he'll be able to go right into his front squats. He'll begin with 15 reps there, and then it's another 30 bar facing burpees. Ricky Garrard stays in second place here, approaching the 3-minute mark of this third and final heat. Second event of the day for the individuals. They'll have one more later on this evening and then 2 more tomorrow. And Colton Mertens is on to the front squats, as is Ricky Garrard. These are your top 2 in this heat. Patrick Vellner, meanwhile, is creeping up. He is starting to put some pressure on Ricky Garrard for second place in this heat.
Pat, just one of those consummate professionals, always seems to be in the mix. You can see his demeanor there, cool, calm, and collected. Another athlete that's really good at bar-facing burpees across the history of his career.
Vellner on to his first set of bar-facing burpees in this couplet. 30 reps here, then back to the barbell for 10 front squats.
Interesting, Ricky really favoring one side there on the press. You can see him kind of tucking his elbow really closely on his right side. Interesting technique there. You hope his shoulder's all right. Maybe it's just a precautionary move.
Roman Krennikov in the middle of your screen in the purple shirt and long black pants. He's also on to his first set of bar-facing burpees after his opening set of front squats. Keep an eye on Bronislaw Alenkowicz who's at the top of your screen in the black and gray. He's a guy who can move this weight pretty easily.
Mertens moving really well. He's just off to the left of your screen, getting back to the front squat. I think the bar-facing burpees is really the determiner here. Just the total time it takes for each one of these sets is so much longer than the front squats.
Mertens on to his second set. He has 10 reps to complete. Gerard is trying to hold off Patrick Vellner for second place in this heat. Top time again, just around 8 minutes from Austin Hatfield, who did that in the prior heat. Final rep for Mertens on the second set. Gets through that no problem. And now 20 bar-facing burpees for Colt.
Good pace from Colton throughout. We see a lot of athletes taking the gather step up and almost taking a second hop before over. Nope, one step up, other foot comes to gather, right over the bar for Colton.
Vellner back onto the barbell in his second of 3 sets on the front squats. Vellner 13th place overall coming into this event. He's tied with Ricky Gerard.
And he just passed Ricky for second in this heat overall. Gerard really starting to slow a little bit. I mentioned he has the ability to turn it off, but sometimes if he does it too soon, he can burn out quick. That's one of the things the Underdogs guys have really tried to train on him. He may be slowing the start a little bit, save some in the tank to finish.
Top 2 men on the screen, upper right is Colton Mertens. He's your leader. Final set of front squats for him, and it's Pat Vellner, who currently sits in second place in this heat. It's 5 front squats and then 10 final bar-facing burpees. And they do have to touch the chest piece to stop their time. That is something that has changed from the way this event was originally written.
Pat's cruising right now. Starting to gain a little bit of ground.
5 reps now, 4 remaining for Colton Mertens, looking to lock up the event win here and smash Austin Hatfield's time as Mertens looking to get in inside of 7 minutes. Mertens is done, and Colton Mertens is going to take Cortadito and win his first event here at TYR Wodapalooza, as Pat Vellner now looking to lock up second place. Ricky Gerard has also moved on to his final set. Now final 5 reps here for Pat Vellner. Vellner looks to be the next man across the finish line. And here comes Pat Vellner, and that will be good enough for second in the heat and second in the event as he looks to move into the top 10 going into the third and final event of the day later on this evening. Ricky Gerard on his final reps.
Even though he faded just a little bit, showing a little bit of fortitude to hold on here for a strong performance here in the second heat.
That's a big finish for Gerard. He just beats Hatfield unofficially across the finish line, which means Gerard will take 3rd place in the event. That's Sam Kwan, who was across.
And for some athletes like Gerard, Vellner, who maybe have hopes of winning, even Mertens too, as a sneaky podium guy. In the earlier heat, Guy Mayeros was in the middle of the pack there, so the early leader off of the first event already slipping a little bit.
Well, Brent Fikowski thought he was done, and now he dives to the finish line.
Still kind of some impressive awareness there to be able to tune into your judge and turn around. All he had to do was roll over to get his chest on the deck.
Well, Fikowski came into the event tied for second with Jack Rozema with 97 total points. And only 5 events. Every point matters early to put yourself in good position heading into the final day, as Roman Krenikov is now in.
No doubt, and that point about Fikowski is huge, right? He's always so aware of everything going on the floor. You know, he came in with that strong performance because of those overhead squats that he was tuned into as the tiebreaker. And even in this scenario where maybe something doesn't go quite right at the end, he makes a quick adjustment, rectifies it, gets to the finish line. Kai Servrani there just a second ago, part of that three-headed monster from Brazil, trying to make an impact here at TYR Wodapalooza.
So Heinrich Kapelainen come across, and you know, Guimayeros has really helped elevate the level of competition down there. You're starting to see more high-level athletes come out of that region who come to events like TYR Wodapalooza and have very strong performances.
And even though Kalian, one of the other 2 qualifiers, kind of came out of nowhere for a lot of people outside of Brazil, Kai here was a last chance qualifier athlete, so he was on the bubble right there, got to throw down even if it's on the online setting against some bigger name athletes, and then was able to make that next step in 2023, and to many people's surprise, you know, keep the king of South America out of the games.
And there is Kalian Souza in lane 5 as he and Servrani still on the floor. Servrani is across in his 3rd individual appearance here at TYR Wodapalooza, with 26th last year as an individual.
One more, just hand high in the sky. Count it down.
Final reps for Souza.
2-1.
And he will make his way across the finish line, and that will do it for the 2nd of 5 events for the elite individual men. And it's Colton Mertens who locks up 100 points with a blistering time just over 7 minutes.
And Mertens took control right from the outset on the dips. We've seen a few other athletes come out hot and start to fade, but there was no holding back for Colton Mertens, an athlete who in the early couple of years of his games qualification was known for a few home runs here or there, but he looked in total control throughout. Got an early challenge from Ricky Gerard, a late challenge from Pat Vellner, but his pacing was steady throughout, never really slowing on the bar facing burpees, made quick work of those front squats as well, and a strong performance and 100 points to his name to show for it.
We got him here.
And Colton Mertens with the event win, and he is with Brian Friend.
Colton, you said that the first version of this workout was going to be pretty good for you. The second one maybe even better. It turned out that way. How do you respond to a change in workout like that, though?
I was going to win this shit either way. I mean, these guys couldn't keep the pace. They're all just fighting for second place when they see either of those workouts, and I'm in the field. You know, just you can't control it. I don't like the changes. They don't like to change them as the event organizers either, but you got to do what you got to do. Roll with it. Do your best anyway.
This is a really wide field to play. When you get out to a lead like that, how aware of you are of other athletes that might be sneaking up?
I'm just trying to pay close attention to the announcer. They're usually saying, you know, who's top 3, and I'm paying attention to see guys like Ricky and Pat and how fast they're picking up the bar, if they're breaking. Ricky was right next to me, so I got to see pretty closely and see how he's breathing and things like that, so then I know if I have to go faster or if I can ease up a bit.
2 events down, 1 to go this evening. Any chance we could see something similar tonight?
Event number 2, win coming up tonight.
Heard it here first. Thanks, Colton.
Colton Mertens definitely not lacking for confidence here. Calling his shot, locking up 100 points, knew he was going to win it. And that will propel him up the overall standings as we have 1 event remaining here on the opening day for the elite individuals. at TYR Wodapalooza, Colton Mertens with his first win of the competition. A lot more to come here. Stay with us here in Miami as our coverage continues of the 2024 TYR Wodapalooza.
What does it mean when people say America is a land of opportunity?
It means the power to discover,
to redefine yourself,
To improve yourself.
to challenge yourself,
To realize there's more in you
Than you ever knew.
that you could do.
Means giving people an open field to explore what they do best.
With the best tools,
The best training.
the best technology in the world.
We bring out the best in the people who serve.
So you can be
All you can be.
Means giving people
It's okay to want to be strong. It's okay to want to have it all. Recover faster, go further. Dymatize ISO 100. Because settling is unsettling.